Okay, I almost clicked legacy, so I had to scream before we went live. I apologize. Hello. It's Saturday. We got a 5 in chat from Joe, so that means we're live. 5 means we're live.
Yeah, 5 means we're live.
We're very excited. Some of us are very tired, and we're gonna do our best. But we are here. Happy Saturday for some difficult terrain times. And before we get started, we're gonna let everybody introduce themselves. Flandy, why are you giving us money? Thank you, Flandy, but what the heck?
Thanks, Flandy.
Flandy,
Where do they use cheer?
Yeah, I don't know. How big is the truck?
How big is the truck? Okay, yeah. So we did not win the truck, but I'll let Tubbs explain what he picked out of the sand.
TSO tickets.
Good luck figuring out what that is.
Yeah, do you want to explain what TSO means?
I'll give him a guess or two.
Okay, we got TSO tickets in like a suite situation. So like the tickets are very expensive. We're going to be in like fancy suite booth thingies, which is very, very cool.
Hey!
Oh shit, he knows immediately. Exactly. Actually, that tracks. He's a music man. He knows.
I've seen it before, and I've never heard him referred to as TSO.
We got tickets. Oh, awesome! Very, very cool. Yes, that's where we're going. That's what we want. I'm very excited. From what I saw, it's like 2 or 3 days after Christmas, so I think it was like December 27th or something. So it's down the pipeline, but I'm very excited anyway.
Yeah, they're usually like in our area around that time.
Yeah, because he made the joke after he picked it. He was like, "You're all set for Christmas." Anyway, on this excitement, I will let everyone introduce themselves. I will start with my good friend Boggly Woggly. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Foots. Appreciate you. Hey, everybody. I'm Voggle Stottle. As you see in the Discord, I play Nirja Zaran, the Dragonborn fighter, Bronze Dragonborn Battlemaster fighter. And her deal is that she has a bunch of demons in her head. Well, they narrowed it down from 6 to 1. Now, there was another demon temporarily with her in the gem, Asganith, and the other nice people in her head who are trying to, maintain order in there, got their feathers ruffled, things like that. We're fine now. And now she's trying to entertain some nethermancy wizards in their house. I'm gonna pass it off to Maya Papaya, who's also wearing stars on her shirt like I am. We called beforehand and we decided to match.
I somehow knew that you was gonna pass it over to me.
Yeah.
And now here I see us.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Maya. I play Irene, art done by Foozca behind me. She's setting everything on fire. It's very bright. I probably had more interesting things to say, but then I failed to load them. It's a running theme now that I can't load anything. Oh, right. So also, the Bella Knights, I do a thing. It's sci-fi. I make it. It's an RPG. One day, folks will be able to play it.
Most casual.
Also, my hair looks like a fuzzy dot. So you take that, you take my fuzzy dot hair, and I'm gonna pass it over to Double Up, Mr. Double Lubba.
Mr. Lubba Lubba. Ooh.
Lubba.
Hello. I'm the Dubs, father of the Nubs. Listen to the Foos. I play Kadrono, a half-orc, war cleric. He keeps the team alive. On to Nenners.
Nenners, sometimes Nennerino, often Nennario. I play Valen, Githyanki Wizard of Theurgy. Kind of the dad of the group. In a way, kind of. Finally, don't have a body in my bag, so I'm excited about that. Also, fun fact, I called Monster Cheese for far too long in my childhood. I am going with the mighty Flendiferous.
so weird to hear your voice normal again, Winners, after that whole carpet.
Winners is also coming from one stream to another, so please have mercy on him tonight.
I just really gotta, like, how do you clean out a bag of holding? Like, can you turn it inside out? Like,
you can dump it out.
Is that one of those? You can dump it out, yes, but how do you clean it? Like, you can't turn it inside out to clean the inside of it.
Is for, man. Just stick your hand in there and just do it a whole bunch of times. Be fine.
It's either that or you get one of those sticky balls and you put the sticky ball in and you roll it around a bit and then
just get into like this cube, just shake it like a shaken bacon and roll it out.
Oh,
spray some into the bag.
Oh my. Hello, I am the Flandy. I play Ryland on this wonderful stream. He is a paladin of natureness and not your typical paladin. He's a furbolg, he's a tall ass boy. And he has a ring that lets him make flowers, but they're scentless and they turn to dust after 24 hours.
He got that off of a holder crossed with something else. Gibbering horror?
It made a lot of mouth noises.
It did.
Definitely did. I forgot about that.
It did, and we hated. And Flandy, for some reason, decided to listen to it as opposed to the rest of us who.
You got
it. I listened to it too. I found it delightful.
You did too, man.
Yeah,
that's you. That's
a little bit of horror from time to time.
Oh, that's amazing.
Nah.
He's not like other paladins, Joe.
Oh my goodness. He's a pygmy paladin, apparently. Anyway.
Pygmy? He's not pygmy. Oh, no, pygmy. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, pygmy. Yeah.
I don't remember the last time he smitted. Smootened.
It's been a minute. It's certainly been a minute.
Last time he
just a quick I guess reminder almost. We're a little kooky today. So, that's the energy today, and it's going to be exciting. I'm also drinking just because Insomnia told us to drink, hydrate, and I realized I didn't have water or booze, so I grabbed both. So we're starting this night off right, so this should be exciting. I'm going to do this before I do my recap, because otherwise I'll forget. But congratulations to Quadrono and Valen. You two have the inspirations for tonight.
Quadrono!
So don't forget to use those before the end of the session, because they don't last forever. So, our last session, the preventers have been at their estate, kind of getting ready, both in terms of like knocking out like quick tasks, but also in terms of resting or getting whatever contacts they need contacted before the sort of big VIP meeting in which many important, whether it be royalty or important magic users, various very, very important people are going to be at this one gathering, which is making Valen very nervous. Thank you for the cheered bits, Insomnia. But as they are gathering for this, they were kind of greeted or surprised a little bit by the Death Coven from the Shadowfell, who have one in particular has grown very close to Irene. And having visited them this morning, kind of covered in a sort of haze of darkness, as well as a physical canopy that give Nubs a treat. I don't even know where Nubs is. Nubs, you're gonna have to shake the treat to see if you can find Nubs. Give him a treat.
You can redeem points for that? Okay.
Yeah, you can redeem points for that. Don't redeem points. You're just gonna sit there and be like, Nubs is gonna get all the treats. But yes.
He's napping.
The Death Coven has come to visit and came with kind of surprisingly good news, one of which is that they fully intend on smuggling some things into the party, in which Valen decided to immediately kind of take stock of what could be taken, smuggled into the party and immediately go get those ready. And that's kind of where we left off, but in general, also, just because of the transaction that happened earlier, the team has recovered the yellow gem and the red gem, which belong to, or well, not belong, but house as Geneth, the sort of rage monster strength boosting devil, as well as the incubus in the yellow gem named Zalzir, both of which were under a custom spell that Valen was able to recognize was called Soul Shape. which someone was concentrating on. And with incredible dispels from Valen and Irene, they were both removed from those spirits, and you guys were able to put them in, I forgot what you called them, some like
USB
charging
charger.
bowls.
Yep.
Yeah, so those, you put them in their magical charging bowls where they will, they seem to be regaining their strength. They also warned you that they think they might have seen the others also in the underground network that seems to be also be dimensional underneath this city. But yeah, so you guys found those gems, you got them into their safe spot, were sort of preparing in your various ways, and had the visit from the Death Coven ladies. So now that you are here, we're kind of picking up with the women kind of giving you a few updates, one of which was that when the Nightwalker had attacked them in the Shadowfell, that the Kings had actually arrived and helped. But the Kings were intent on not letting everybody know, essentially. So the Death Coven seemed to be the only people who knew that they were there and shared that information with you guys. But knowing that, as well as the fact that there have been killings around their space in the Shadowfell, but not to their direct people, that seem to have been done by the Bow-Bard bitch, as everyone lovingly calls her. Nubs is getting his treat. That is, thank you for spending the points.
Anytime. I see.
I think there's some drool on the couch.
Yeah, no.
He's having a good time. So I think that's it. We have the inspirations that are out currently. Just making sure I'm not forgetting anything. This is super off topic, but as I mentioned, Nenders was streaming earlier today, and I'm super totally going to watch that VOD later on. So if you weren't able to catch Carpe's stream, go watch the VOD later on, like I will. So thank you, Flandy. Thank you very much. That's exactly what we needed. So go give him support if you're not following him already.
Super fun.
Yeah, I'm sad I wasn't able to make it, but I'm glad it looked like a good time. Yeah, for sure. Okay, hopping back into this. Valen was kind of working his way around everybody and seeing what he could get smuggled in, essentially. I think I was kind of cutting your interaction short with Ryland, but I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to say. So if you two if there's anything else you wanted to like clarify or ask questions of each other, I will give you this opportunity before I like kind of move.
I think it was just the initial brother catches another brother doing something weird.
Yeah.
Like, all right. Well, not like that, you fool. Like, just, it is... Bro, you have a Pegasus in a room. A green Pegasus. It is
very weird.
Oh my god.
Most civilized people don't bring their freaking horses indoors. Especially the ones with wings.
It's probably big enough to carry you.
Yeah, also, you've royally fucked up this floor.
Yeah. Is Flandy frozen for anybody else, or is that just me?
No,
he's living his best life, being a Flandy.
On the stream, he's frozen, though.
Yeah, on the stream, he's frozen for me.
No, it's just, hey man, come down. We got some, we can store some stuff in this lovely dog here.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
But
Okay, so you talk to him. So Valen, you can, I suppose, mosey about and see if there's anyone else you wanted to discuss.
I think he was also going to talk to Kadrono, but he didn't want to carry his hammer because the hammer weighs probably more than he does. So
that sounds about right. That sounds familiar. Oh my goodness. Is there a poll that Flandy did? I don't know what happened.
I think only Flandy voted in Flandy's poll.
Okay, sounds good. I saw part of the poll thing going up, but I was trying desperately to string coherent words together, and I wasn't doing it. Let's see.
Nope.
Kodrono, I don't know if we discussed where you were because you were unfortunately asleep. So we will say that you're probably no one went to the study yet. Oh no, was everyone in the study and then everyone came down because of the knock at the door? I can't quite remember.
Most of us were at the knock.
People came down.
Yeah. Okay. So Kodrono, if you agree to have your hammer smuggled, you can kind of walk it down with Valen. That's not a problem.
Yeah. We're trying to smuggle weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Valen's certainly trying to smuggle them in.
I agree,
Valen
we should
can't
try.
smuggle in most of his gear because it requires attunement. And unlike your hammer, I can't just hit somebody with it. So,
smuggle
Yoriana's
and
moat
then
isn't
retrieve.
attunement, right? Let me double check.
It is, but it doesn't take up a slot if you're a worshiper of
That's
Yoriana.
what it was, yeah. God, so I
The
can't...
other thing is, if it's not attunement based, it's okay. Well, actually, give me an Arcana check for Valen.
First roll of the night, gents. Here we go.
Let's go.
Yeah, nanners. Yeah.
Very nice. You kind of understand that this is likely a dimensional space that they're putting these magic items in. So you technically won't be with your attunement items, but to the attuned item, it's simply a blink of an eye. So it's almost like you dropped your item and were able to pick it up again, because there's no time passage for that item, essentially. So for that, attunement items can go in. However, she did tell you that there's a limit to how much they can bring. So it's not
He's like a
necessarily
princess
that,
at the
like,
TSA then, man. He's just taking all this stuff.
you take this and this. I'll get naked if you want. I'll give you everything.
Yeah. All his stuff fits in like this, though. It's like the crown, his glasses, the moat, and sharing glasses.
No.
And nothing magical, unfortunately.
Okay, gotcha. So crown, glasses, moat.
I'm a moron otherwise. If you take this off, I cannot be communicated with.
Well, Valen, that just means you have to follow the dogs when you go inside, right?
What?
Sorry, hold on. I didn't put you on the right map. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll follow the dogs.
Yeah, because you're gonna put the your weapons and your stuff with the dogs.
I don't have a
and
weapon. It's with Kurugu.
No, your crown, your glasses, all that jazz, the magic stuff.
At some point, we'll have to rendezvous with the pooch.
Yeah.
But
Also,
yeah, all
I
his stuff is like super small. So.
Super small. Got it.
All right, yeah, that's no problem. Thankfully, the space aspect of this, your tiny little items in comparison to the hammer and mace that they're otherwise being handed, is not a problem. They will mention that they can probably only carry one more larger item, but otherwise the smaller ones are easier to bring in, obviously.
Did we have a plan for Mithril Majesty?
Yeah, the
Yes,
kings are getting us. Oh, sorry, Foos.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
From what I remember, please correct me. The kings are are using one of their favors so that I can sneak it in.
Yeah, they're essentially gonna come up with an excuse for Mirja to be the only one to come in with armor and her weapon.
What if we just shove Irene in with all her stuff, and if we need her, we could just pop her out?
Well, we do have that necklace thing that we planned on putting Treebender in. Remember?
Those badass shit. Stuff's going down. We open a bag of fucking Phoenix comes out. Come on, you tell me that's not dope.
Well, as a reminder, like magical items are not allowed in, like regardless of weapon or not. So the necklace that Treebender goes in is magical. So if you're trying to put him in there, that could cause a problem.
No, I get that part, but we could put the necklace with the dogs.
No, you can't. You cannot put dimensional places in another dimensional place. That is super. Like it will
Dylan would
break
absolutely
both.
tell you that's
My bad.
That is no. Yes,
I will retcon
dimensional places cannot be going.
If you want a black hole directly into the astral plane, that's what you do.
Correct. Yeah. You will lose all of your shit and break both items.
Damn. And it's like well known, huh?
Oliver Pendragon, whose daughter you killed. Okay. And his son too. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. Sounds like a great way to save Waterdeep if you ask me. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
The art on all of these people are fantastic. I'm just admiring
I know, I love these. I'm so happy to bring them back out. They're wonderful. But that's more or less the body count that has come into this room. And I will mention that 2 or 3 of those ladies you didn't see when they were outside of the door, but once they stepped in and kind of lowered the shadows that was kind of coming out from the dogs, they seem to appear again.
Okay.
But as Valen is running around gathering those things, you're able to kind of bring them back. And Tezo kind of looks over them for a moment and gives you a nod, but the hammers might be cumbersome. We can put them on the same dog, so if we lose that one, you won't lose everything. In case they notice.
Fair. Good idea.
Thank you, by the way. This is an incredible help.
To be honest, we didn't expect to help you in this way, but we were preparing for ourselves. If there's space and she is your friend, then we will. You see her like take a moment to really think about her next word. We will accommodate you.
Yes, this is most helpful. We were definitely stressing about this part. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that, but the Kings are going to do something for me, but it's always best to have a full team.
Well, you won't be at your full capacity. We can only carry a few things for you, but if it helps. Irene, you can give me an insight check at advantage just because you know her pretty well. Just to get an idea of what's happening here. Is Maya saying anything?
Yeah,
Yes.
she actually asked you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't hear shit.
Whoa. Technical.
Technical
Is you agreeable?
difficulties, I guess. I think so. I'm not hearing nobody. All right, because I can't hear Flandy either, but he froze and I can't hear him.
You might have to reload.
Yeah.
Well, no, you can't reload though, right?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I probably will have to. Yeah, they can't hear either. I don't know what's going on. I can see you moving, but I don't hear anything.
Yeah, the stream is.
Yeah. I will be right back. We're gonna go to the break screen. I'm gonna see what kind of goofy shit I can.
I'll be
do.
back, folks.
See you in a minute.
Come back, watch the kid.
everything's working now. We're having some weird technical difficulties this weekend, and I've had 0 time to troubleshoot them. So we're gonna do a quick sound test. So if I could have each of you speak real quick, Netters, if you don't mind going first.
Hello, I'm Denarino. I'm ready to cast spells in a place that I can't cast spells at. I think this magic band is
Brandy,
bullshit
after
and
you.
racist.
God damn it.
What do you think it is that is?
All right, the laughter is enough. I mean, obviously, Dubs, I know his sound is working. Maya, please.
Hello, I'm the dub.
Yeah, so since Irene's going in, apparently will be smuggled in as a weapon of mass destruction. How flammable are the curtains?
All right.
If we just
Just
soak
bug me if you don't
everything
mind.
in alcohol.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm testing, counting numbers. Okay.
Okay, great.
API
All right,
starts
looks
now,
like
power
everything's
up.
good. Thank you, and sorry for the weird delays and such. I don't know what the heck is going on. I will definitely be troubleshooting over the weekend. Well, actually, probably maybe tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. We're back.
Most of the weekend.
I asked Maya for an insight at advantage, and everyone said she asked me a question, but do you remember what that question was?
See, what I think I had asked you is, I don't remember anymore, but,
How flammable are the curtains?
that's troublesome, you know?
Oh my god.
What did I had asked you? Oh,
You know,
help me.
You asked if you had advantage on something because you knew them, or then you asked
No,
something else. I
that
don't.
wasn't the question, Flandy. You get out of here.
What is happening to
Why
Maya?
are we doing old lady voice right
I
now?
love this. No, I love it though. It's
Right,
amazing.
hold on a second. Here was about robes,
Hey, we got
right?
more bits.
She wears this really great robes and function as a great source of AC, and you know, was the
Thank
source
you for your
she didn't have much of that. Just wonder if she could smuggle her robes in on the dog.
I want you to know that Insomnia just paid Flandy to show him the work.
He's not.
Those are
Listen,
too few bits.
no.
Only 1% of the bits you need for the twerks.
You need he ain't cheap. You gotta pay him so he can twerk. So we appreciate it, but he needs more money apparently.
He needs more.
Oh my god. Okay. So if you don't remember, that's okay. But
I just told
we were obviously. Oh, what
I
was
just
it? I'm sorry.
Oh,
You
dear
were
God.
babbling for 15 seconds.
You were
got
babbling.
all of that. Go ahead.
The robe she has, the super cool AC boosting robe. She was wondering if she could store that.
Possibly.
Spell robes.
What'd you?
Her
say it
spell
again?
woven robes.
Yeah, I do know what robes you're speaking about. It's getting tight.
Yeah, that's why
If-
she said robes and not something big like, you know, a sword or something.
It's not
Maybe.
necessarily. It's not necessarily. Well, actually, you might not know this, but I think Valen, with your 24 Arcana, would also get that. It's not necessarily like the physical space that they're taking up, but it's the amount of magic that they are shielding.
Oh.
And since that is a very
Fascinating.
powerful magic item, it is harder for them to shield it.
Oh. Well then. Well, I guess I have to change my strats. She doesn't have that many items, to be honest. I mean, look at her inventory. She cold. Other than the robe. The robe is the fanciest thing she has.
I think you have. You definitely have 3 things though. I know one is the necklace, which is obviously off limits. You have the robe, and then
The earring.
the earring.
The
siren
siren earring.
The siren one's not attunement, but yeah, you do have that. I'm pretty sure she has another attunement thing.
I thought Irene gave Nirja the Siren Song silencer, no?
I don't know.
I
I'm
think
fairly certain you did.
Didn't we put names next to the items possessed by whoever in the group? I feel
No,
like-
we put it in the actual thing. In yours, it still says Irene. In the Siren Song Silencer,
Okay.
it says Irene. But that's
I'll
okay.
uncheck it.
If it's on you, that's fine. I believe you. Maybe someone didn't update it there. What is happening? We just played the After Dark.
Why'd you give that to Irene? She doesn't have issues with being charged.
Oh Oh no! Oh, your moon branded armor is the other thing you have, right? Or do you have it unequipped?
She's not.
Oh my god! It's your meta medallion, girl. Your meta medallion, which I gave you since the start of this character, that you've used like once. That's the other thing.
No, I've used it several times. I've just forgotten that it's actual equipment.
You have used it once. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. That's your other attunement, because I knew you had another attunement. This is all very important instructions, and we're just yelling
but
at
that
each other.
has to be attuned.
It does need to be attuned.
Right.
What you eating, then?
Yeah, who's got snacks?
Yeah.
But if it has to be attuned, you're only going to get an hour to sit around and like attune, like So we're gonna have to.
You can take a moment to look through your inventory. I'll just get back to I had you roll the insight.
Well, we can't do the rogues. The thing would take too long to attune. That only leaves the Siren Song silencer.
Wait, what takes too long to attune?
The thing we just talked about. The meta medallion. You said it would take an hour to attune, right?
Aren't you already attuned now?
Huh?
You already attuned.
Oh, I don't have to reattune if I remove it.
Also, Maya, why are you in black and white?
Why am I?
I think it's the lighting in her room. We are never going to get past this.
Oh my goodness.
So thank you very much for
Don't pray
giving
for
us
me.
options, for giving us magic items. You're the best. Thank you.
Yes.
I love the face paint.
Yeah, just put the magic medallion in
You're
there.
fine. No, this is not me rushing you. I'm just yelling at Maya, who's like, I've used it. I don't know what's happening. I was explaining. Well, Valen got the information that there's no reattuning to the items when they are put in this space.
Oh, okay.
So when you take it out, you don't need to. It's cat butt time. That is clear butt.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah. We'll put
Thank
the
you.
magic
I
in there.
think maybe.
Okay, so the meta medallion is what you want to put in there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. That. Oh, you can hear the purring. Oh, that's no
very
key, I'm pretty sure.
Also,
Okay.
I'm
He's the
gonna
only
fix
one
my
that's
lighting situation real quick.
So where they're
I'll be listening.
Okay, that's fine. I will just let you know what your check figured out, essentially. So with your insight and with Tezo kind of speaking to Valen about being okay with helping them, you kind of are putting a little bit of information together where they were helped by the kings, obviously, and they don't seem to despise them, even though they seem to hate most men. And they don't seem to hate Valen, whether that's obviously mostly because you're friends with him and they've interacted with him before, or she has at least. But it's likely because you're starting to notice that if they have any kind of tolerance towards men, it seems to be those who are intelligent and casters of some kind. And since the kings kind of check both of those boxes, and Valen does as well, they seem to be a little more open to them in particular. And Irene, that's just something you kind of clock as they're interacting with Valen.
Right, and this is why we left Rylan upstairs.
How many loud thumps do they get in the middle of this?
Oh my god. Well, are you trying to be careful, or are you...
We're roughhousing the shit up here. There's no careful up
my
here.
goodness.
Roosty's a damn Pegasus. You know there's excitement going on.
Oh my god.
All right.
The training montage up here.
It is a training montage. That D20 that I just rolled the 4 on was a Constitution save for the floor.
Oh dear.
There's definitely...
It's in my aura.
Oh my god.
I feel like as Galen is going back upstairs to start trading with his brother, you hear a resounding crack. And whether you go to look in the room or not, you're quite sure that Roosie's not full hoof, but at least like an inch or two has gone into the floor, and the wood itself might have been sort of bowing a bit. Brandy or Ryland knows at least that having fallen through a different building in this area, in this living city, you also know that like it is very durable, and you likely broke through the first layer, and that there's a much sturdier layer beneath that is untouched at the moment. But you certainly from a superficial angle, have damaged the floor here.
I'm right here. Stop yelling.
Oh my
I thought
god.
you were downstairs with my hammer.
They got it in the bag. What did you do to the floor?
I thought this place was magical. Isn't it supposed to be strong and sturdy and shit?
No,
They
not.
didn't say it shit. It is supposed to be strong and sturdy?
They didn't say the floor was invincible.
Listen, Lucy needs to stretch and explore her new options.
And in a bedroom,
And-
that's the best place to do it.
It's the plant room. Ooh, maybe the plant roots will grow in there and make it stronger.
Absolutely
There's a
not.
basement with a
Back up. I need to
door.
bend this. What is wrong with you? He'll spend
That boy
likely
got no
a
home
significant
training.
amount of time undoing the damage. But Rylan, please, at least go outside. There's like an army of guards outside. Maybe they can help you with your equestrian skills. But I prefer you don't destroy the house you were given.
All right, Rusi. Uncle Valen wants you back in some different form.
I didn't say
Okay.
that. I said you can be a Pegasus, just not here, please.
Hey,
Yes.
I couldn't understand him when he was talking.
Your crown is gone. Your tongue
Yeah,
is gone.
so he's just-
yeah.
Ryan's
But
like, what do you, can you not understand people in Pegasus form?
Maybe I can't understand people when I'm in pig because my ears are smaller than when I'm in dog form.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's just a slack-jawed, goofy-ass Pegasus is now staring at you, Valen.
yeah, 60-pound Valen is gonna try to coax the 4,000 pounds of meat that is in front of him out the door.
Hey, we should really test to see which forms can hear that. Can understand them.
Get-
You can understand the camel form, right?
Please go.
Oh,
I
he
can't make
push-
you,
he's
obviously,
pushing.
but could
Okay.
you go?
Kind of clip-clops her way out of the room.
Okay.
By the way, I can't change forms until Rylan changes me.
Wait, what?
She can't change forms unless you ask her to, tell her to change, essentially.
I thought she could. Could she not?
No, it's an action for you.
You can't.
Oh.
You can't change forms on your own.
No,
I thought you could. What do you want to be
No.
next?
dog.
Dog. All right.
Crab.
How do I? Dog.
And you watch as, in a burst of leaves, she returns to her usual sort of glowing green dog shape, but immediately kind of resumes the anonymous gifter. Thank you.
Yay!
For
Thank you,
the
Anonymous.
to Nenners, who for some reason is not subbed to this. I'm just bothering you, Nenners. It's cool. Thank you for the subs. Very
Thanks.
nice.
An anonymous gifter.
Yeah. It lets you thank someone, but if it's anonymous, it's
That's
Thanks.
amazing.
but thank you very much.
Go catch a
Um,
dog.
But yeah, go catch a dog, essentially that. But your blink dog has returned to you, and as she kind of sits in this form and is sort of returning to her usual sort of playful dog behavior, you see for a moment that she seems to kind of almost blur in place for a moment, and she doesn't seem to notice. But after a second, she kind of stops and perks her head up, and her head tilts from side to side in that very commonly confused dog body language.
Do we
Hey,
do we need to take you
that's
to a
different.
doctor?
I don't feel bad.
Right, let's do medicine checks. He's
Uh,
looking for the blink dog version of ticks.
okay, oh my god, give me medicine. Do magic dogs made of grass and leaves get ticks?
Wouldn't they be relatively immune? Because as soon as you blink, they're all gonna fall off you.
She's fully immune.
Ooh,
Yeah.
look at
Rusi is a very healthy girl. However, you are noticing that they get aphids. You are noticing that magically, from a sort of divine aspect, she's feeling a little bit different. And there's something about as you're in a way playfully, but also in concern, Rylan kind of going through. There's a feeling you get as if you were connected with Myliki for a moment. Just by going through her fur, which is grass and leaves and various plants.
I think there's a lot more that you can do that we don't realize yet, Brucey.
Huh? Like what?
I could sense Unicorn Lady in you.
Can I turn into a unicorn?
I can sense you.
Can you turn into a unicorn? Unicorn, go!
Pegasus again.
I appreciate how you have such a way.
Rylan.
What'd you say?
Why do I hear hooves?
Don't worry about it, old cranky man.
Maya, what were you saying?
I love how, for the uninitiated, you get to hear Riley refer to a god as Unicorn Lady.
Yep.
Just they don't know anything about us or the stream. It's just, Unicorn Lady.
Yeah, my good friend Unicorn Lady.
I told
actually
you
a god.
Ryland wasn't a typical paladin.
Oh, no. Not like other paladins.
Not like other paladins, okay?
Other paladins are so problematic and full of drama.
Me
Anyway,
and my
so-
goddess have a relationship, and we're friends.
Oh my God.
We're making a
Right.
friendship quilt later this week.
I fully believe Ryland would, and Myleke would not participate.
Ryland's just like, hey, you
Anyway.
still here? Your side not coming along very well.
Silence and the needles on the floor. Okay, but she does turn back into a Pegasus, and Valen is desperately healing the holes in the floor, essentially, is what is happening. Yeah, exactly. You do have several hours before you are to arrive at the Pyramid Palace, and the Death Coven downstairs, the women, seem to have the intention to stay here for another like 30 or so minutes, and then head to the palace, as they were sort of going to meet with the kings way ahead of schedule. And also, they seem to just need desperate cover from the sun, as they hate it very much. It doesn't seem to harm them, it just feels uncomfortable, as from what you're noticing.
I
But
understand.
they are
that
here
so
for...
much.
I'm not sure you do. And
No,
you see them-
Bogley is saying that.
Oh, okay. I thought that was your job.
Nope. You're just fine.
Yes.
Bogley is not.
Yes. Ugly's like, you know what? I hate the sun.
Well, the sun seems to
Oh,
hate me. I don't mind it too much, but it just
Aww.
wants to burn me.
It does.
Anyway, Foos, may I just confirm? I vaguely remember you saying that the favor was just for the glaive and nothing else. None of the other magic items that Nirja had, right?
They did say that they were going to attempt. They were
Okay.
pretty sure they could guarantee your glaive, but the rest of your stuff they're going to try, but they don't
Okay.
know if it's guaranteed.
Okay, so then as she, kind of gets the idea that there's only so much that these ladies can store, what she's going to do is go back upstairs and put away the creepy Odiug cloak, the pack of clarity rings,
You want to describe what the Odia cloak looks like and why you
Okay,
hate it?
so hey guys, guess what? This cloak is made from like a flap of skin off of this giant sand monster thing. And Karugu worked her magic and made like a hood part that has this tentacle that's, long enough to be prehensile, pick stuff up, do things with. At the end, though, is a big red eye that can look at stuff. And you do get like a +3 to investigation and shit. But she has freaked the fuck out of people, and she hasn't really used it since because she doesn't know exactly what to do with it. So she's gonna like fold it very nicely and put it
Hold
in
on.
the closet. What?
I know what she could do with it. She could wear it and then activate it and then be like, I got my eye on you.
Oh my goodness. I'm just going to show it real quick so we can display it. But you can go ahead, you can keep talking. But
So,
that's the book.
just as I'm gonna make notes. I'm gonna make notes in the thing.
Sure.
So she's gonna keep Laby's. Actually, she's not.
Maybe,
She's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
Laby. She's gonna keep the Mithril Majesty. She's gonna keep her studded leather armor.
Tiger.
Ring of Mind saving.
Okay.
Because I keep failing wisdom checks. Fold away in a drawer upstairs.
Sure.
Are the Odiug cloak. Did we record that session, Foos, with the battle with the Odiug? We did that, right?
Ooh. Yes. Yeah.
I think
We
so.
did record it. We weren't streaming at that point.
Right.
So yeah, it's definitely recorded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hyena Tactics earrings
Make sure
and Shadow Smoke Dragon Pipe. I think those are all of mine. But yeah, to hide in a drawer, like upstairs and out of sight. So those are the things that she's just putting away, and she's gonna try and make sure that a Laby's Gusting Strike, actually, and plus a Laby's Gusting Strike, away upstairs somewhere. I don't know where she's gonna put it because it's a giant's ring that's supposed to go like on her pinky, but it only fits around near just waist. So maybe she's gonna like slide it under the bed or something like that.
I mean, if it goes around your waist, you can like it still kind of acts like a belt. I know, like it's a big metallic thing, but it can kind of not fold down, but like it kind of clasps into place. So you can kind of unclasp it.
Okay.
But yeah, you can definitely put it wherever you'd like. It's just
Got it.
it's not too cumbersome, but that's not a problem.
Yeah, because that does mean a lot to her. So she's gonna put those away. So she's just keeping three things. Two things. Well, three things with Mithril Majesty, two things in addition to, like, to make it easier. Anyway, I'm done.
I hear you.
You're
good. No worries at all. All right, so Violent, okay. Valen and Ryland are fucking around in that room. Nirja's very meticulously putting her things away. Kodrono, I believe last you said you were working out, but everyone's kind of putting their things down, I suppose. So any magic items that you have, you can kind of set aside, knowing that you won't be able to kind of bring them in. Your hammer was taken. And given to the Death Ladies, but otherwise, you're kind of aware that most of your magic items will be apprehended at the door. So,
I don't have my mantle.
yeah, you'll have to get rid of your mantle. I don't remember how many magic items you have. Everyone has a hilarious amount, but
you have
Ring of
given
protection,
us many beautiful magic items. They're wonderful. I love my stuff.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad.
Rollo or Ryland would have given up the shield. He would have given
the shield to leave in the here
for the Trello dogs.
Oh, that would not.
No,
That would not fit. No,
it's not magical.
Absolutely
Get
not.
out of here.
It's non-magical.
No, it's a +2.
It's magic, boy. If it's not attunement, it doesn't mean it's not magical.
I think he means
making magical.
it's not magical.
Time out. He means
+2.
+2 is AC. I speak Flandese. A regular shield is +2 to your AC.
It's not a shield +2.
No,
I'm
it
quite
is a
sure
shield
he has a
+2.
shield +2. I know he has a
What the
shield
fuck?
+2. You get the fuck out of here, Netters, with your Flandese bullshit.
I thought he was being logical.
It's not.
Look,
I know for sure he had it. Yeah. I know it's a little confusing just because a lot of the things I give you are attunement based, but just because it's not attunement doesn't mean it's not magical. And
So
a
do you know what my
+2,
AC is going to be for this entire bullshit fight that you're going to have us go through?
6.
9.
32.
I know what it is. It's the same AC you had when you took a swim. It's
It's some
9.
bullshit, Foos. It's the bullshit.
Yeah, we're
Anybody
stripping
bark
down
skin for our paladin?
Oh,
No?
no.
Alright.
Go outside, collect bark from a tree, put it on the paladin. That's our armor.
Oh my god. Like, it's not armor though. I mean, it's not magic and he's just covered in bark. It's a party. You don't need high AC. Exactly. You'll be fine.
Yeah, Joe,
okay,
you
so
were just
you're-
saying last night you saw behind the veil. Just wait. You think Foosie's good now? Just wait.
I'm still upset about my rogue. Gene Wiki, you're dead somewhere.
So you guys are getting ready to put your things aside. I'm gonna come back to the ladies and Irene, essentially. But there's a moment where a little afterwards, just to kind of like her vision, her gaze kind of softens a little bit, which is a little easy to see just because all of their eyes tend to glow a little bit, and you do recognize that outside of the Shadowfell, the glow in their eyes has dimmed substantially, but it does still glow. So when she makes expressions, it's kind of easy to catch, really. A little less so here, but still relatively easy. But you see her look a little concerned, and then motion towards your skin. Your friend, I presume?
Yes. I just consulted with him about the magic we're going to learn here. And she's going to do her best to explain the battle with the Bobard and like how when she, collapsed, apparently she erupted in a fireball and is now eggs.
It is now eggs.
Interesting. Yes, well, we did notice this when we were training with you, but you seem to be the embracer of opposed forces at all ends of things. A water genasi with a fire spirit that denies death, and nethermancy that embraces death.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if it's tenable in the long term to manage all these things at once, and is there an inevitable clash that I have to worry about? Because even just getting him to just be on board with me practicing nethermancy, that took some convincing.
You see her kind of quiet down and nod.
It was different when we were two entities, but now that we are one being, it's tricky, to say the least.
Do you know which side you will choose?
Between nethermancy and Kandara?
Yes.
I'm hoping it doesn't come to that.
I think it will.
I know it will.
Yeah. Sorry.
But it seems like as long as we have these particular foes in front of us, that's going to be a topic for later.
You see her reach a hand out to kind of take one of yours and sort of sandwich it between both of her hands.
Whatever you choose, we will still be sisters.
That warms my heart. Thank you.
Just know the elders might not like you if you're glowing bright light all the time, but I'll still talk to you.
Thank you. It's nice to know that I won't lose everybody if I have to make that choice and go in a certain direction.
So I think for now you can revel in both sides, get the benefits from both. But when it comes to making a choice, it'll be hard to make a decision that is against literal half of you. So it makes me think that the decision has already been made in a way, unless you figure something out.
I'm trying to keep my mind open for possible solutions. I don't want to think in absolutes.
If there's someone who can merge one opposing side to another, then I think it's you. So maybe there's something.
I mean, I never imagined that there would be so many avenues out there, and I feel like I've changed my life so many times over already, from my humble beginnings to what they wanted me to be, to becoming an adventurer, to meeting them and losing Brophy, and here we are again, and almost losing Kandara the first time, and us merging, and now it's just, you know?
I think you will continue to surprise yourself. And hopefully it continues on the upward trend of surprises.
Yeah. I guess I just don't want to make this decision because I worried that choosing some family would exclude me from others. And family is a thing I've lost one too many times as it is.
Well, there are a surprising amount of filthy men around you, but they seem to be decent.
I mean,
And she says this with like while tapping the hand that she's holding.
what am I supposed to do with this? Well, for what accounts, you're just not a filthy man.
I think one of your dogs isn't as well, so...
Right, I honestly don't even think about their gender, to be fair. We've been through so much together that they just are, you know? Like,
Listen, I am well aware that our belief system and what we do is simply a oh my goodness, thank you, brother group, for the for the bits.
It was curious.
Is that donated? Is that donated to the Flame Dudes Work Foundation? I don't know what we're starting here. This is fun.
Absolutely not.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it should, but anyway. Affected. Yeah. Pretty much. But I am well aware that our traditions, our beliefs, and mine come from generational trauma, I believe. Everything that they escaped from is still very much a part of our lives. And we understand that's not the case for everyone else. But it served us well. And we have found our homes.
in the case of Valen and Rylan, if not for them, I would probably be dead dozens of times over.
I'm sure they can encounter. I'm sure they can say the same about you, and I think that's why it is family.
You know, they absolutely can.
She like squeezes your hand before letting it go and just kind of whispers
I know. I'm not there, but I think I know.
she just leans back a bit.
Tell you about half of it anyway. Granted, the messages are very short.
Yes, that is true.
Speaking of which, did you have any questions about any of the missives that I've sent to you? Because a lot of them have been very short and talked about a lot of crazy things.
They have been. I would love to know. And like you hear her kind of go into like, you talked to me about some crazy fights, and it was very brief because it was like, hey, thought of this. Anyway, how's your day? And you see like she kind of there are a couple that she seems to remember specifically, and actually the Bobard bitch comes up more than once where she's just like, what the heck? Like, how did that go and such? But she takes a little bit of time to kind of ask you questions, mostly about the fights. And when she does ask you about them, she's sort of asking about how, like, very much from your perspective, not necessarily like, did your friends go down? Did it hurt? But more like
this one in great detail last week.
You did, but across the board, she's kind of asking, like, what did you specifically notice? like and not necessarily about obvious things, not like, oh, he shot me when I tried to cast a spell, but instead she's asking like, what foot did he lean on? Did he seem to face a certain way? Was he quiet? Was he loud? Like, she's asking you a lot of questions that, in a way, you're kind of remembering from part of your training from being in the Shadowfell, where it's almost like there's a little bit of intuition in the way that they fight and conduct themselves. They very much kind of study the way creatures move, and that seems to kind of help them either figure out how to fight them or just kind of understand their enemy a little bit more. So she kind of delves into some of the like subtleties of some of your enemies. And because this is Irene kind of refreshing her mind on things that maybe she wasn't paying attention to, or maybe she was, I would love a history check from you to see how well you answer some of her questions.
Okay. There you go. Oh, I actually rolled well on a skill that my character has. Nice.
Look at that! Let's go!
Very well last week.
Hi, kids. Happy
Hey,
Saturday.
kid.
But yes, you wind up kind of having a very in-depth conversation with her, and her like kind of ending it off by being very proud and just kind of smiling, which with all of the like decadent makeup and sort of flowers and colors that she's wearing, it's just kind of like a shock of white in the middle of everything else when she smiles. But
I think you have been doing very well.
And once this, she kind of like mentions towards like your egg skin essentially
Fades, that your enemies have a lot to be scared about.
She said you won't have a lot to be scared about?
your enemies will have a lot to be afraid of.
Oh. It's difficult for me to tell if this is a repair or energizing, in fact.
It has to be a rebirth, right?
Yes. Still don't know what the other side of that's going to look like.
Oh, but find that out. Yes.
Yes, I am slightly concerned that it may take me out at some point. At least for a short period. Like, it would be terrible if like I turned into a full egg somehow in the middle of this ball. Just
You
right
guys
out
go
in
to
the
the
middle of the
bathroom.
dance floor, egg.
We'd roll you around. It'll be
In
fine.
the middle of the dance floor, egg. I love that visual so much. But she
That's
actually laughs
Irene.
at
Don't
that.
worry about her.
You hear Tezo laugh quite loudly, but she comes back. Do you plan on being on the dance floor very much?
I don't know. I've
guess
never
I should
gone to
also-
one of these events.
Well, neither have we, but I guess I should also ask, what do you plan on doing there exactly? I know you were asked there, and so were we, but fully our intentions are to perhaps information gather.
Pretty much. Yeah. Gather information. Keep an eye on our enemies. See what their moves are.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes to conflict, obviously incinerate certain individuals.
If there is conflict, it seems as though there are many powerful people there. And from what we've heard, this gathering is taking place on a floating disc of some kind. So that might make things complicated. We can manipulate a fall if needed, but if people are thrown off, it could be dangerous.
Hmm.
It's a very confined space, from what I understand.
Hold on, let me double check my spells. I'm pretty sure I knew fly at one point, but hold on now. I'm not sure I know it now. Because, you know, sometimes I have to move the spells around and all that. And, well, you know, you can just step back onto a platform, but I don't see no feather fall in here. That's odd. I had that in every single one of my spellcasting characters except for weird thing. I'm not sure what the decisions I made, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. My goodness. Kids is giving out an inspiration. Everybody D20, please.
Okay.
The lowest one wins.
Are we doing it in the chat or in the roll 20?
Roll 20.
Well, I guess
roll
we're doing
20.
it in the roll 20.
We'll do roll 20. Oh, that's so sad to get one now.
Oh, well.
Thanks, Joe. Wow, these are high rolls. Holy shit. Netters, never mind. I'm sorry.
They were high rolls.
Netters is the black pig.
These motherfuckers kicked me out of my own low roller crew. I'm getting back in, bitches. I'm tired of this. Can't kick me out of my own band. I made this shit.
Out the door. Jesus. Yeah, so Netters, you have a D4 inspiration.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Shiny new.
Oh my goodness. All right, but
What
yeah,
you gonna do with that one, Nenners?
Oh, you are so rude. There's no need for that. There's no need for that.
That's what I'm gonna do with that.
That's a low blow.
It's fucked up. He's not wrong, but that's fucked up.
Magna made a pun. She said that's a low blow.
Oh my
You
god,
know,
you
you-
with your goddamn puns.
I'm gonna roll a
You
d6.
did
That's how
it.
much psychic damage we take. Anyway, she continues kind of speaking with you. So I'm gonna kind of cut away unless there's something that you very much need to discuss with her or want to, essentially. So we will have that moment if necessary. Hello, Iskillium. Hi. Okay. I slipped into Rusi for a second, but for everybody else, is there anything that you might need to prepare, that you have any questions for? Again, you do have hours. I don't know if you were all planning on having a long rest before, because if you do, it would be squeaked in, but you could. No, wait, you already did. You did already, because that's when you dinged. So you already had your long rest, but you do have quite a bit of time before. What's up?
That being said, Valen did use quite a few spells slots, and so did Irene.
I use my level 7.
Doing the dispel.
Oh, for
on
their
the-
dispels.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what
for-
you guys want. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Valen can take a short rest in this time and Arcane Recover if he needs. For Irene, unfortunately, unless you start sacking some of your sorcerer points, the 7th level, I believe, is gone. Because I think you used the 7th level because you were like,
way too many sorcerer points to get that back.
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't know if you can actually. I think you top out at 5 or 6 in terms of getting your sorcerer.
Yeah, I would have to start sacking other spells to get up to that level 7.
Well, no, I
Or-
think the ability in general stops at a certain level. Like I don't
Yeah.
think you can't sack enough points to get like a level 8 or something. I think the cutoff is 5 or 6. I'm gonna go with 6, but you'll have to check your information for that. But
I'm scared for
yeah.
this.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. So I believe it's kind of like early afternoon-ish, and you have to be there in about 6 hours. So it's not quite enough for a long rest. But if there's anything else that you guys need to prepare or do, you have some time.
Well, hold on, fools.
What's up, girl? What's up?
Since I only need to get one spell slot back, do I really
Yeah,
want 8 hours of rest?
Oh, girl, you are attempting some fucking cheese, and if you can come up with a good way, or like,
I
if
wish
you
I
can
could
think
do
of-
a Chris Rock in the chicken restaurant. Because that's what I'm going for.
Oh my god! Hey, we just got raided.
Oh,
Hey, installing
Welcome.
caffeine. What's up, guys?
Hello, what's up? Thank you so much for dropping
Happy
by. Happy
raid.
Saturday. I hope you
Hey,
guys had an awesome stream. We are slowly remembering how to play and do things again because we're coming back to this. Some of us are drinking, and by some of us, I mean
Mystic
me.
Bucks. Thanks for following.
Yes, thank you for the follow. And selling caffeine, I've been desperately hoping to like raid you sometime because I think this is the second time you raided us, and I just haven't had the chance. So I apologize. It'll happen at some point. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? What are we doing with Treebender while we're at this party? He can't come with us, can he?
the kings very much were alluding to the fact that probably not. And they were also thinking the same for Rusi. They, much like with Nirja's armor, they were saying that they would attempt, but there's no guarantee. Right.
I thought we were going to leave them with the princess. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, that's what you were
just
planning
making
to do.
sure.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember.
So as I was saying earlier, how much for one spell?
I was sneezing my face off, so I had to mute. I'm very sorry. But you were asking for one more spell slot. I was saying,
to one spell.
how is Irene trying to go about getting the spell slot back?
I have no idea. I'm meditating. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Doesn't she need to train with the sisters for the Netherlandsy thingy that she was supposed to learn? Something.
Right. But that would possibly take some, not give some back.
Yeah. I think that's more critical right now because we need to have something on deck for the bard.
Okay, so you're trying to prioritize getting this slot back.
What?
You're trying to prioritize getting this spell slot back?
No, she's gonna train with the sisters. I was mostly joking about this.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, if you could find a good, like, in-character attempt for her to try, especially because we have a lot of, like, powerful magic users here, that there's a chance I could give you a chance. But yeah, if you're gonna focus on training instead, that is totally doable. And I will let you know that Tezo is agreeing to kind of start the training here, but we'll have to finish it with you at the palace because she has to head there in like half hour or so. But for the training with Bro, then Arcane Recovery. All right. So for Irene, I am going to need a charisma check from you. Okay, normally I would say disadvantage if Kandara was up and about, but he is not, as he and you are currently egg. So this is a flat charisma check because this is your spell casting. Very nice. Modifier. And with sort of the help of the women, and you're kind of reminded of the sort of like dichotomy of their culture, which is to say, sometimes they're very, very warm and loving and caring with you. But whenever it came to training, it was down to brass tacks. They were immediately sort of like, straighten up, this looks terrible, focus, you're not doing it right. But the second, it's almost like, when they put the job vests on dogs and they're like, I'm in business mode, and they're like not, wagging their tail or anything, and the second they take it off, it's almost like that with you. Like the second they get to training, the kindness and warmth is gone. They are focused on you. And Irene, I don't know how she would take it. I feel like at this point she's a little used to it.
She's used to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I fully imagined she was, but I didn't want to.
She was with them for like a year almost.
Yeah, she was with them for some time. But I think for anyone who might be in the area and kind of thank you for. Oh my god!
Oh my god! All of the subs.
20? Yo! Oh my god! Thank you. Holy shit! That's an anonymous gifter. I can't even yell at anybody.
Thank you, anonymous gifter.
Thank you so much. That is way too many. But thank you very, very much. You're shouting out anonymous, Planty. Oh my god! Thank you, anonymous person. You are far too kind. I don't even know. I think I might know who it is, and I might yell at them depending on what's going on. But thank you so much. Hey, that's true. Hey, Flandy, we didn't get a lot of bits. However, we did get a lot of subs. So is that enough for the Flandy tour?
I don't know. I don't think it is.
All right, that's fine.
I don't think it counts.
This is an expensive twerk.
Well, and also someone, I think it might have been Netters, did what is it? Spend enough points for Flandy to save Rora.
I did see that. I wasn't going to bother him about it because
I wasn't here
putting
for this,
too much.
So,
well, if he's not going to twerk, then we got to hear Rora.
I'm glad to know that twerking was on the table.
The fact that you got up for just a second, I thought you were like, well, let me get into position.
There it is. Yep, there it is.
I'm surprised that no one did the quiz for me.
I'll be right back.
We need to hashtag bathtub stream soon.
And it's definitely Verm, not Vorm.
There it is. We got it anyway. It's
Yes.
Roram. All
Thank
right.
you. Thank
You guys are way too generous. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That is so nice of you. But okay, sorry. Getting back into Irene, who is used to the training that is sort of happening here. You're a little surprised at how kind of seamlessly you clicked with this culture again. Not only in their training methods, but the magic that they wield and the magic that you have been kind of exploring and testing on your own and being able to further your abilities with it without them. But with them, it certainly goes faster. So for this, your studies with them have expanded kind of like your not short term, but the abilities that you've kind of figured out on your own through your training. So for example, you did manage to gain dark vision through your studies with this, but it was a little bit shorter than normal. With this sort of quick reintroduction, and also with the dogs kind of exuding that Shadowfell darkness and sort of enveloping you and enhancing that ability for you, your dark vision expands. So rather than the number it was before, it's currently up to 35 feet.
Ooh. Now,
But,
hold on now. Let me find that ability in my character sheet. Let me look real quick. Oh,
I love that voice.
The shadow thing. That's cool.
Yep.
Hold on now. I don't see what that dark vision at in my character sheet. Let me yeah, I can't find it. It's in there somewhere. I might have to add it.
All right, no worries. As you are learning this, and like towards the end, you can see that the elder women are the ones who, as per usual, are the ones to kind of push you and do most of the training, whereas the other ladies kind of every so often will test your abilities. But as the training kind of comes to a close, one of the elders, after being a little harsh during the training itself, immediately softens and just sort of smiles and pulls you in for a hug. And she was once a relatively tall person, but has now shrunk to about 4'11". So she kind of like pulls you in for a hug. There's a very clear height difference there, but with a little squeeze, she lets you go and just kind of holds your face for a second. You do us proud.
Thank you. It's an honor and a joy. And I don't know. I always feel glad when I'm able to pull this off because your family.
You are a quick learner. So keep it up.
Thank you.
She kind of hobbles back a little bit, so Tezo kind of gives you a very proud smile and nods.
So I think at this time we have to go. But we will continue more training at the palace. And since we already started, I hope that you keep this energy going. We can do more.
Side note, I rarely roll well when I need to do training.
I know! That's true! Oh my god! Because you kept training before going to bed for like weeks. You were always rolling garbage.
Yeah.
That is so true. I forgot about that. Yay!
I'm just gonna ask just again, you said it was dark vision for 35 feet?
35 feet now, yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna put other source type Netherman's train. I don't know.
I think we had it on your character as something, but I don't remember what it was. Just so long as you make note of it.
I'm adding it again because I can't find it.
That's fine. That is absolutely fine. Okay, fantastic. So you are doing that. They are getting ready to leave. Unless there's anything else you want to say, I will say that they kind of gather their things and start heading out. And for anyone in that... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, okay, that was... Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say anything else. For anyone else who's in that room, which I think is just mostly Irene and Nirja at this point, because I think the men have all kind of fucked off. But for the two of you, even as they leave, there seems to be sort of like a coldness that has just been lingering in the spaces that they were in. And the cold is not sort of sharp and uncomfortable, but rather almost like a cool breeze of some kind of refreshing feeling, especially being in a desert. There is something that is kind of refreshing about it. But it lingers for a few minutes even after they leave. But they very warmly bid their family member, Irene, goodbye. And Tezo, before they kind of close the door and head out, is just, I hate this sun. Just closes the door. You see them kind of pitch their sort of canopy above them again, and the darkness kind of spread out, and you watch as those 3 or so women disappear again into the darkness. And I would just mention, because you had time with them while they were inside, the ones who seem to disappear into the darkness, whereas most of this culture and society tend to be women and casters, of course, most of the ones that disappeared all seem to have little blades along their bodies. So from what you're noticing, these seem to be sort of the perhaps assassins, but the ones who are more martial based. The casters stay visible, but those seem to disappear as they head out into the desert.
The rogues.
Yes, the rouge. But yes, they head out. I'm going to cut to Valen, who is going to attempt some training with his brother Kemet.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Sorry, we're gonna say something, Maya?
Hmm?
I thought I heard your voice. Oh my god.
Yeah, I just said noise.
Okay. All right. So yes, Kevin kind of waits for you in the study after he kind of saw the ladies for a moment, noticed that they hated people, just kind of like waited for you. But once you get to the study, he'll just kind of perk up. Oh, so are you good? You ready to start? We haven't had a chance really.
I guess so. A better time than the present.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's one way of thinking about it, but this is going to take a little time, but maybe you're pretty bright. You should hopefully be able to pick up pretty quickly, right?
I mean, I remember our training as children. It wasn't terribly fun, but I've retained some of it.
Well, no. I mean, I don't have the weapons they would usually use to beat us into learning lessons, so at least I won't do that. So that's positive.
Okay,
and the other thing is you don't seem to have practiced your psionic stuff very much, so I think we need to exercise that muscle a little more, right?
That's something I'm probably more easier to take to.
Yeah. I have been practicing something, but I need your help as well. So I think the first thing I'm going to practice is actually a little more for me than for you. Maybe it's for both of us. I don't know. We're going to find out. So we need you to start off, clear your mind, which I think is hard for you because I think you're always stressing out about everything. But just for a second, if you could just think about you and this room. That's it. Don't think about the party. Don't think about whatever you were doing in that other room. And I heard Ryland was yelling or something, whatever was happening. Just this. That's it. Just you, me, and the room.
And without my items, I'm obviously speaking Gith the whole time.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So is that a wisdom check, I guess?
That's a wisdom check. Yes, indeed.
Oh, boy. I'm so wise.
You're so good at wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. This is not quite full, like meditation sort of focus. But I think Valen, while you're struggling through it, you are making progress. I think sort of like the big things are still hanging in your mind. The this party that we're going to, everyone's gonna get kidnapped. We ain't got our weapons and blah blah blah. Like I think that's still there. But I think there are parts that Valen is able to kind of let go in this moment and just kind of focus. And as that's happening, what is your passive perception again?
Oh, it's trash. 12.
Okay, 12. Okay. Okay. As you're kind of focusing and relaxing as much as you can, you hear Kevin kind of speaking up again. Okay, so now try to picture me. Close your eyes. Think about how tall I am, how my hair is about as long as yours. I am stronger than you. Like he starts like talking about himself in ways that he's like I'm not going to say this out loud, but we're like there are differences between us physically. And I'm the warrior and you are the caster, but think of the details essentially. And Balin, you don't seem, with your passive perception, don't recognize that he's not in the room with you anymore. But go ahead and give me another wisdom check.
Oh, this is gonna be wisdom based. It's gonna be a painful run.
You got this,
Well,
Nenners.
this is for sort of like the meditation part.
No, I don't.
So what do you think Valen gets a little distracted by as he's just trying to focus on just the details of his brother?
There's so much at stake right now. I think it's just one of those things where he's just like, honestly, I think the bow bitch is a conundrum he can't quite solve. So it's just like a background process in his head running. Like, how could we counter this? How could we, how do I fix this issue? So maybe something having to do with a different spell, or maybe using reverse engineering the spell he just saw with the soul torture thing, and to use it on him. Yeah, so it's all those things kind of floating in his head that's likely going to jar him off course.
As you're kind of focusing on this, there's a moment where it kind of goes silent, and I think Balin also recognizes that in himself, that he's just like, not doing it right now, but I'm trying. Where there's a bit of silence, and then you hear like a slight kind of like, look, I know there's a lot happening right now, but this is important, all right? Just try one more time for me, and then we'll get a little bit more into the psionic aspect of this, but I just want to see if this can work. So go ahead and give me one more wisdom check. Also, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna have you roll that, and then I will be right back.
Can I,
you guys, what?
Beacon of Hope myself, and then...
but go ahead and do comment turbos or whatever. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Nenners, read your thing again.
How am I
Read the
getting
thing.
worse?
Nenners, read the thing again, please.
God, where did I put it?
Parrot turbos. Parrots. Bird.
Also, then there's completely unrelated. Read your fucking Google chats.
No. Don't do it. Do the
I don't even
turbos.
have Google Chat up, apparently. My bad, dude. Hold on. That's why I've been missing all these
No,
chats.
turbos!
Give me a sec. God damn it. Alright. Let's roll. Let's see, hold on. I can find it, dude. I got so many pages and stuff. I write too much.
No, you don't. It's just right.
Yep, found it. Okay. See if I can read this time. It was rough last time. Parrot Turbos, putting the boost in your roost. We understand those at the Foozca channel are likely to be nerds, or at the very least into geek culture. So allow me to break down our products in terms that you can understand. Our Twin Turbo package will cast haste on your ride without the post stun after a minute. Parrot Turbo housings are made with pure American steels to keep those extra horses going to your wheels. 100% of our fictional employee base, our employee base hails from the good old USA. We offer military discounts, and on national holidays, we provide free installs. Life is too short. Stay stock. Does someone you know or love suffer from lagolitis? Talk to your doctor today about our Twin Turbo program.
Shouldn't it be mechanic?
Turbos.
Talk to your mechanic today.
Oh my god!
Oh, we talked to a
Thank
doctor.
you.
We don't talk to,
Thank
mean,
you!
yeah. You're welcome.
Nenners, it made me so happy. Thank you!
I'm glad.
I love it, like casting haste and like let me put it into terms you nerds can understand. No, that was awesome. Thank you very much. So I'm coming back to a worst wisdom check. You do have a D4. And
I'm going to make it an 8. Hold on, let me do it for you real quick.
No. I mean, also, I think you and Cardrono have regular inspiration too. So you
Lady, take it. That's an 11.
Yeah.
It's 2 1s. Side by side.
I realized I've been whispering.
binary,
these,
that's
so hold
0.
on, I need to. What'd you say?
I don't think it is obstruction.
It definitely is not.
All right, so Kevin will roll his. I realized I've been. Oh, it was a bad roll anyway. It was not good. We got rated again.
Oh, hello.
Thank you. The Dirty Rollers RPG. Hello. And Rev. Oh my God. All right. For anybody who, for some reason, doesn't know, I'm going to be on their channel on Monday playing a Pathfinder thing. I'm going to be playing a rat.
Yeah.
And the Dirty Rollers RPG has gotten like literally everything together. So I'm very excited. I feel like it's going to be the first time that I'm literally just arriving and he's doing all the work. So thank you very much. I'm excited to be there. But if you're not already, please follow them because they're amazing. The artwork's awesome and they're just really good people. And they love ferrets and they post pictures of ferrets in their Discord and I love it. Sometimes they post pictures of ferrets in our Discord and I love that too. So thank you guys. You're awesome. Thank you for hanging out. Hi Nubs. Is this a good time? This is a good time? I'm sorry.
Wait, you guys are playing Solasta?
Yeah.
Yeah, they play Solasta on Fridays, Saturdays, I think.
I fucking love Solasta. Why aren't we playing Solasta?
I don't know.
I was watching them earlier.
No,
Before we started.
Nubs is here.
Thursdays and Saturdays.
Nubs.
There you go. Yep, just butt dance.
Solasta's
That was a
awesome.
good boy. Dirty's all over that Solasta.
Give Nubs a treat. Give Nubs a treat.
That sounds terrible. Oh, I don't. Well, someone has to give points for that. But thank you so much for the raid. Flaney, did you shout them out? I imagine you did,
Oh,
right?
sorry, I did not. I'm doing it now.
No, it's okay.
I
I'm
was
so used
slow.
to you doing it that I didn't do it.
I did. I got it. I did it.
Thanks,
It's
Wendy.
there. There it is. I did it.
Thank you, man. Yes, they're awesome.
I got
love,
distracted trying to
please.
spell Solasta.
It's okay.
Yeah.
SO.
Yeah. So with that, okay, gotcha. So with this, actually, I realized that I was whispering, so this roll was for a previous roll. So I actually need to roll one more time. Pardon me.
One more game.
One more. Oh, okay. There we go.
No, thank you. Thank you for the waves.
Yeah, thank you.
And hosting our foods.
So as you are hosting our foods, as you are focusing on this and attempting to kind of get it, like it's hard to settle yourself as Valen is kind of understanding this about himself and the situation that he's. It's not his strong suit, and he's aware. And considering what is lingering over your head, it's even harder to just try and wipe that clean and focus in on what's happening. And as you are doing that, for just a moment, you are still trying to think of Kemen as well. You almost feel like something kind of click into place. And it's not your doing. It very much seems to be someone kind of like guiding, strangely, your mind. And that kind of image that you were putting together of Kemen in your mind to kind of think of him very carefully seems to be crisp. Almost like it was out of focus and you're like, I know parts of him and those will stay in focus, but everything becomes clear in just a moment. And as you're kind of focusing in this space, there's sort of a brief gust of wind that hits you. It sort of blows your hair and your robes back for a moment. And as you open your eyes, Kevin's in front of you, just like, okay, it worked. Did you feel that? There was a connection.
Wind? I felt
The wind. You felt wind. Correct.
Yes.
That wind was me.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is-
I just imagine you farted.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you turned
he
into
does not register that at all, but yeah, 100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
You turned into wind.
No. When I arrive, there's wind.
Oh, you were the yeah. Okay, got it. Yeah, you're the cause of the wind. So you just ran in here real quick.
No, okay, we're gonna try this again. You try and keep your eyes open this time, all right?
Oh.
Just do exactly what you did before. I think I can do most of the work, all right?
Oh, okay. If you say so.
All right. Just try it again. And this time you watch him leave the room.
Okay.
But like as he does, he's like kind of looking over, like he never breaks eye contact with you. It's
Gotcha.
very like, just stay. Like walks to the other side. I actually wasn't gonna have you roll again because if he's trying to do the same thing, I was gonna just keep you with exactly what you did before. But I appreciate the roll ahead of time. But for this moment, as you're sort of retracing your steps and doing exactly what you did before. Again, there's just parts of Kemen that you're thinking of, and it's a little harder this time just because you don't have your eyes closed and there's not like the darkness of the mindscape. But in focusing on him again, there's just a moment where everything about him seems to click into focus. And as you're kind of like, oh, that I'm feeling it once again, you watch as that kind of familiar golden sort of like tether kind of snakes its way through the wall that you were standing at. It seems to completely ignore the door and threshold, and kind of appear in front of you. And less than a second afterwards, Kemen's entire form seems to arrive. It seems to be faster than even that teleportation that he was able to use before. But as he arrives into that space, you feel again that sort of like gust of wind coming in after him, and you see him kind of like settling in his spot, almost as though he was kind of like dropped into place. But that
Interesting. What the heck? Okay.
That's it.
So if I think about you hard enough, you can teleport to me. Is that what we're doing?
I can. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how it works, to be honest, because that was never my strong suit. But I've always known that there are thoughts and minds that I can sense, which Githyanki, who are trained well enough, fortunately not you, can see and sometimes feel. So I think because there's blood relation between us, it's a little bit easier for me to focus on yours. So it's a little easier for me to sometimes tell what you're thinking a little bit, but just like vague, just kind of like, I'm mad, I'm stressed, whatever. I can kind of feel that a little bit. But in combat, I was focusing on where your thoughts were going, if that makes sense. So if I can align with a single thought of yours, and if I know you're thinking of me, and I know you're thinking the thought, I can jump on the thought. Do you know what I'm saying? I can ride.
You're explaining it very poorly, but I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's what's happening essentially. And like I said, this is not my. I don't really understand how it works. I can just kind of do it. Mm-hmm. You know, that's part of the reason when I teleport the way I have been trained. It's because I am kind of catching the waves of thoughts, depending on what it is. And if it's in combat, it's usually easy enough to think or to catch a thought of, I want to hit that guy. So I can follow that thought into there. So if I'm kind of in the mindscape of what's happening around me, I can piggyback onto it, essentially.
Okay.
So if I know you're in danger and you think of me, I can probably hop on.
This is like the equivalent of being told there's more than like 3 dimensions. Like to Valen, because like his understanding of psionics was like internal. It was all internal, right? It's like harnessing whatever power you had. He's talking about thought waves and surfing them and stuff, and he's just
Like you're listening to Terrence Howard right now.
Yeah, no, it's Jesus Christ, that dude's a mess. No, I understand. I think I understand now. I don't have the level of perception you do, but I understand it from an academic perspective.
It was one of the reasons the Queen kept me around, because I'm pretty sure she hated me for the most part. I mean, not that she loves a lot of people, but she did say I was a little gifted with that. So there's that.
Okay. All right.
That's the start.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
All right. So let's work on general things. So you can do, and you see him kind of like apparate a mage hand of his own. It is invisible, but you see him kind of like mimic that it touches you and such, and you're well aware of the cast and what it looks like. So you can do that. I've given you I don't know, the pretty sure it's a spell, but the ability to not be watched after. Can you levitate?
Not psionically. I can do it through arcane means.
And Misty Step.
I can do that.
Okay. Psionically?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I do it all the time, actually.
Okay. I would say maybe the one that makes you, jump better, but maybe that's not important to you?
I I can do it. I'm a little out of practice for obvious reasons, but I
All right. Well, let's try for levitate for now because that's a little easier, and that might get you in the path of where you need to think. This is really hard for me to explain now that I'm putting into words.
Balin has never met a dexterous maneuver that he didn't smooth his way out of.
I know. Balin always crushes dexterity checks. It's nuts. Okay. But after his sort of babbling, he's like, all right, let's focus on that. And from here, this will be less about wisdom because he is teaching you something. So thankfully for this, you do get to use your int
thank
for
goodness.
it. He's going to use his wisdom to attempt to teach, which, as you can see, is very difficult for him. So it is your strong suit and his weakness, essentially. All right, so the DC I have is 30 for you to be able to learn something. So you already rolled very nice. Well, to guide combined. I'm sorry, I realized it was like,
damn,
you can make
I can roll that 20 and I'm still at 27. I'm pretty shy.
No. All right, so with your 19, he needs at least an 11 in order for you to learn something. And for him, it is a wisdom check, and he has a +2. So here we go.
There it is.
Oh shit.
That's a natural 3, baby.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so Valen, like you're definitely doing your best to grasp what he's saying and explaining, but you are realizing this is the first time he's had to teach someone, and for something that is very innate for him, like in ways it kind of reminds you, not to the extent because he's a bit of a slow person and Irene is not, but it almost reminds you of some of the like sorcerer versus wizard conversations where it's like if she's trying to explain to you how she's doing a spell and she's like, it just happens. And you're like, what do you mean it happens? What are you doing? that's
you
kind of what's
play
happening.
the weave like a guitar.
Exactly. So there's a little bit of miscommunication there. You do make progress, but unfortunately it doesn't form into anything tangible, especially with you wanting to have time to do your arcane recovery. There is a chance to do it again later, but I'm going to assume that Valen's going to be like, I definitely need time to arcane recover, so let me make sure I have time to do that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Cool, thank you.
I do have my D4 inspiration. I know I do have that. So,
Hey, go ahead and use it now because you already failed the. Yeah, maybe you can fail it harder.
yeah, I'm going to use that later.
Just go ahead and use it now.
Still have time.
Go for it.
We still have time.
Sure, I'm
Don't
sure
worry.
Joe will give you another one.
Don't. I think your mic is off, and that's thankfully saving me. Anyway.
Mike is off, and he's also off camera, kind of.
Yeah, he's barely on in terms of what we see, but on the stream, it's like his shoulder. Anyway, is there anything anyone else would like to do? Actually, even if you do, I think this is probably a good time for a break. So
Take
we
that,
can come
Flandy.
back and finish.
Okay,
I'm
right.
sorry, Flandy. Are you okay?
I'm gonna go cry in the corner.
Okay, don't cry. That's not good.
With my
We don't
Pegasus.
want you to cry.
Foozca, I would like to try and
Yeah,
have
but the onions.
Nirja and Kadrono spar a little bit just to get practice, get loose in before they go in. Maybe.
Okay, like I said, we're gonna pick up with any more preparations after the break. Because I think if I push the break too late, then it's gonna be too much, I think.
Okay.
So keep in mind anything that you guys want to do when you come back, because we'll do it.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna round up and say it's 10:30. So we'll be back at 10:40. We're gonna go take our break now, and thanks for hanging out. Bye. yeah, you caught us. We were
we weren't live
watching
this whole
Flandy.
time. Oh damn!
We weren't. No.
thought
We
we
were
were.
watching Flandy twerk, and
I watched so many YouTube videos.
he's got moves. Let me tell you, the back flexibility is there, so it's good. It's good. It'll be a good time when he does it eventually for everybody else.
Oh boy.
Anyway, we're back. Nanners broke his headset, so he's going to be tinkering in the back.
Yeah, don't mind me.
Are we talking about the same Flandy? Oh no! That took a second to register. I don't know. Okay. I had a feeling he knew how to throw it back.
Throw
I'm
it
not gonna
ass
ask how you. I'm not gonna ask how you feel like you got that, but that is amazing. I will be kind of getting back to the group because I know Vogley had something she wanted to do. I think Flandy as well. I'm gonna hop to Villandy first. Vogley, keep eating. No rush, please. I saw you immediately like turbo, and I was like, no, it's fine. You're good. I'll get back to you. You enjoy your food. Can I ask what you're eating? Because it looks yum.
No. That's trail mix.
Oh, okay. I had a feeling. I was like, is
I
that
needed
oatmeal
some
or something?
snacks. No.
I can't. Yeah, don't worry.
I
You and
can't
Dub
make
both.
anything in 10 minutes. Everything I have takes longer than 10 minutes.
I
Cool.
understand. I'm sorry, girl. Everything. She's eating trail mix. Okay, so Flandy, Ryland, what were you gonna do? I forgot. You did mention that you were gonna attempt something.
He's just when training with Brucey obviously is what they've been doing. Once they've kind of hit a point of diminishing returns, he's going to short rest at a minimum because he got boo-boos.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you fell through a building. Yep.
Yeah.
That's correct. That is.
I don't remember
horrible.
using a first level spell slot, but I did at some point. I do remember Misty Stepping. But anywho.
First?
For the
You
scroll?
wait.
Was it for the scroll?
For what?
The
The
scroll of
scroll.
water breathing? Didn't he have to use a spell slot for that?
Well, no. The whole idea of a scroll is that you're not using a spell slot, and he didn't even cast it. Valen did, so
Got it.
it certainly wasn't that.
Yeah.
I
don't I don't see anything on my list that I would have done. Like, oh yeah, I definitely did that.
Stone skin?
That's fourth.
Nope. That was fourth.
Oh no, third? I don't remember. I don't remember what it is.
It's
I think
fourth.
it's fourth. Oh, okay, good. Whew.
Anywhos.
Who's
Yeah,
so
he's just
gay.
gonna short rest, kind of maybe do some light reading in between on his celestial studies, and then the only other thing that he wanted to do, which I don't know if he would, I know he feels it, but I have no idea if he would know to like deal with it. The fact that he has his dexterity drained still.
Okay. You also do know that Irene is still feeling her. I think it was a wisdom drain. I don't remember what happened to Irene. I know Irene is down something as well because the two of you suffered a point loss.
Have we taken a moment to explain to the watchers what Ninners is doing over there?
You said the watcher, and I'm like, holy shit! There's a watcher in this fucking stream. Like, how did we not know that? Who's watching us?
Yeah, I thought for a second you meant in character, and I thought you were like, somebody's spying on us right now, and have we told them what we're doing? No. Dennis, would you like to explain to everybody what's happening right now?
Yeah, my arc reactor broke, so I'm like any true gentleman. I'm JB welding it back together. I'm sure it'll be fine. If there's a flash of light and I go off stream, call the police.
Okay. Got you, Ninners.
Oh my
I
god!
love that he's doing this, and he looks like, what's that class? Not alchemist. It's
Artificer.
He looks like an artificer.
Yeah.
He's a real world
Fully.
artificer.
That's why I think he's the divine tinkerer right now because he's really glowy and he's playing around with some stuff. So yeah, don't mind Nenders.
In reality, I'm fixing my headset. It's the Steel Series. The hinge always breaks, so I'm just gonna gel be welded fucking shut, and it'll be fine.
He's already done it
Gorilla
though.
glue?
Oh my god!
Landy Shashed.net.
If I click on this and it doesn't actually go to a page, I'm gonna be upset.
I pay
I'm not-
$100.
I would like to click on it, but I'm not.
There's no way that's a site. There's no way that's a site.
I don't know. You could have made it real quick.
No.
I just want to have you
way.
explain that to your spouse. I just
Looks
wanna
like,
see-
well, I don't think
wanted
we're
to
gonna
have
have
that
to. I think he's
conversation.
listening right now.
I think that's going to be great.
I think the interesting part about that is because of the URL's name, Flandy Stash Works, or
Yep.
Flandy Stash Works. So, is this like a dual camera action where we get one camera on the mustache and one on the ass?
Oh, ew. Oh, God. No.
All right, sorry. Let us focus.
Goodness.
We don't know why or how you lost your first level spell slot, but both you and Irene went down 2 points in wisdom and dexterity. So if you would like to investigate this, and also the women do leave and there is some time, so Irene, you can help with this if you would like, or I guess not if you would like as well.
Help, of course.
All right. Well, you guys can choose between Arcana or Medicine, and one of you can roll with advantage, or one of you can each roll once. And again, it's very much your decision whether it's Arcana or Medicine.
I'll roll with Arcana.
Mhm.
You can roll medicine.
You don't want my Arcana roll?
I don't think so.
Says the paladin to the sorceress.
So I feel like that's kind of exactly what we would do, right? We would probably figure out some way to tackle it, and you'd be thinking magically, and Riley would be. But if we use this herb, maybe this will counteract. Yeah, look at us
Very
go! High five.
nice. Let's go. All right.
I honestly
Awesome.
thought you were gonna roll low, and Irene was just gonna be like, "No, we're not using your stupid herbs. We're just gonna."
Actually, I would love to know, like, how are the two of you going about trying to solve this problem, essentially, or like get information on it? Because you two are the only two, I guess, victims of this situation. So, like, how are you, I guess, examining or trying to learn about it?
I think Irene's just gonna close her eyes and be like, "Look, I'm gonna touch you a lot. Shut up." Gotta probe around and see if she can detect anything, like
Can sit is keen.
in the weave, like around him, and kind of pull on those strings.
Great.
Ryland
And Ryland?
would be going about it like, so he knows they both feel drained of some sort, and I think he would be trying to kind of focus more on the few. Where are they at? Yeah, the few recipes that he's learned so far, the Goodberry-esque stabilization patch thing,
okay.
stuff
Okay.
like that, and seeing if he can't mix and match some properties thereof.
Okay. I think through this sort of method, what Ryland is finding out that a lot of kind of the typical cures are not working. So things that would be like equivalent to a lesser restoration, and not that like you can make potions that are equivalent to a lesser restoration, but you can make one that's much weaker, and you're seeing that it makes no difference, like not even an inkling, or like it's not budging at all. So that's kind of the way you're testing it out. And as Irene is sort of more feeling through the weave than anything else, I think it hits Irene like a millisecond before Ryland. But the two of you kind of come to the conclusion of, oh, this is likely some kind of curse. And unfortunately, a dispel wouldn't work. The specific spell, remove curse, would be necessary to remove both of your...
Move curse.
Drono!
Oh no, we
Drono,
don't
it's
need
hammer
him.
time. Is that hammer time? Uh-oh.
Your hand, please.
What?
Your hand, please.
Sure. Wait, do you know remove curse?
He's gonna stick a one of the herbs in her hand randomly, and then he's gonna use remove curse.
He puts the leaf in your hand, and then you watch as the leaf does nothing, but Ryland's hand that's holding yours just kind of pulses in a bright green light. And especially because Irene is so in tune with the weave, you absolutely feel that this leaf is there for absolutely no reason, and all of the magic power comes from Ryland. but in a bit of a burst of sort of divine energy, the green kind of winds its way around your wrist and kind of seems to like sink into your sort of eggy skin and flesh. But as it does, there's sort of a relief. And it's physical at first, but then right afterwards, there's sort of a clarity of mind as the curse that was affecting your wisdom has been removed. So your wisdom is now back to its original number, which I believe I edited. So, okay.
Oh, you changed it for this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, there you go.
Thanks.
Now it's back. Yeah.
I was just gonna change it. You did it, so I didn't have to do it. Therefore, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh, are all these? I need these domains. These are great.
This is an experience. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Riley's just gonna like, how did that feel?
She's just gonna stare at the lady and put it in her hair and be like, "Thank you. I forgot that you could cast spells of that level. Usually using the smite, I guess. Can you do that one more time for yourself?"
I think I'm out of that herb though. I'm just kidding. He'll kind of snap, I guess, is the way he'll do it for himself. And do another one on him.
Obviously.
Wait, what kind of snap? Is it like a...
I was gonna say, obviously, you do not need to do this, but I kind of imagine, like, as you snap, it's almost like a glittering twinkle sort of effect with the green. But, like, not that he's posing in a fabulous way, but just, like, as that, it's like... but yes, your dexterity does come back as your remove curse works.
Nice.
Sorry, I could not.
Oh! Yeah, pretty much. Discord is what Irene saw.
But with leaves.
Oh my god! Oh
Thank
my
you.
God.
Thank you very much.
I
now
also
the
was
fucking
thinking
theme song's playing in
this
my head.
particular one.
We're gonna be so confused when we scroll through this.
I know. Anyway, yes, Discord. for kids.
Yeah. So right with that, right, I'll be like, well, that was much easier than I thought it was gonna be.
Wait, weren't we still like dex drained?
No, it was individual. So he
Oh.
had his dexterity reduced, and you had your wisdom reduced.
Oh, okay. I thought you said he got his wisdom back, and that's why I got confused. I was like, wait,
No, that's
You had me so confused because I was like, my mouse was hovering over, and I was like, I didn't click that yet. And then I saw the number change. I was like, oh, okay, I know what's going on.
Sorry, I'm so used to doing it so quickly because I'm so used to people being like, "Where do I find it?" I'm like, "I'll do it. I just you carry on. I got it."
Hey, you want to learn some Celestial with me? I need to take a rest.
You know what? Sure. Why not?
Hey, wait, don't tell Valen. He's a little.
Before I do that, I'm gonna live with the shadows for a moment. You know how I do.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be in the in our room. Don't tell Valen.
I'll join you after I'm done meditating and everything.
Do you wanna see Rusi in her Pegasus form?
Is that why I heard all that clapping? That was you?
Yes.
Wait, could she hear Rusi this time?
Well, yeah. As soon as he loops her into the conversation, then you get the mental conversation that Rusi can speak.
Rusi, you can be a Pegasus now?
I can be Pegasus. I'm majestic. I'm very heavy, but I'm majestic.
Very heavy.
All right, you gotta. We're gonna show. You gotta not put a hole in the floor, though.
Okay, well then, I'll be very still.
Actually, is there floor damage still? Because I don't think Valen had a chance to mend any of that.
No, he did. He did stay for quite some time and fix it. So I would say, I think with Irene's like returned wisdom and as like you got your point back essentially, you do recognize that like there's slight scuffing, but you can tell that there was major damage that was repaired, and that Valen did a mostly seamless job. It's just you're kind of used to fixing things with him, so you spot a little scuffing.
You see his initials marked next to the.
All right. So a Pegasus, is that your new form? Do you have others? Out of curiosity?
I don't know. I'm a Pegasus.
I think she does.
Because I mean, you did the camel before and stuff like that too.
I was a camel and I had weird lips.
Camel.
There's suddenly an instant camel in there. Which is a little bit, tall for this space. A horse is pretty tall already, but camel's taller. So, whereas when you mounted the horse, your head hit the ceiling, you can see that Rusi's like craning just a little bit to like not stand at full height, as like she kind of understands how big she is in the space.
I'm a camel. I've done this.
Like immediately just starts like playing with her lips.
This is so
here we
weird.
go.
They're heavy. It's weird.
We'll go to Pegasus form.
And as you change her from the camel to the Pegasus, the body language very much remains the same. She's still like stooped, even though she is tall enough to stand in this room now, and the lip action has continued. But it's not as articulate as horses still use their lips, but not as much. But
I just reread it. She could be a rhinoceros.
Yep. You could turn her.
Taylor would be so mad.
Irene's pretty much just kind of look over and like, run her fingers through her mane and everything. Like, wow, look at you. You look so cool.
I'm majestic. I've never been so majestic.
Yeah, this is great. How do you feel when you're in this form?
I feel very tall. I can fly, but I haven't flown yet, so I think I can fly. Or I can fly because I got wings. I've never had wings.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to go try it after you do your shadows?
Hold on. Real quick thing for her. She's not terribly on. Okay, she rolled really well. You watch as the form of this Pegasus visibly trembles in front of you, as she, with every fiber in her being, holds back the dog body language of being like, yes, 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 and kind of like running in place, but instead just sits there and shakes and just goes,
yes, I would like that very much.
A shaky horse.
She's just shaking.
Is there enough room on Rusi for Ryland and Irene?
Bro, we're still in a house, man.
I'm
No, but like I think he means in general, not right now.
Yeah.
Which at least that's what I got from it. Irene possibly. Irene is. It's gonna sound terrible. She's a little thicker than some of your companions. So, for example, like you and Valen could probably fit just because he's very light and you're very large. Irene might be pushing it a little bit. She is a magic Pegasus, but it would probably impede on her speed a little bit. But you're imagining that Ryland can only be paired with one other person and have Rusi still function pretty regularly.
You want to try later on once you're done with that? In like an hour or so? He's asking Irene.
Say yes,
Wait,
say yes,
what?
say yes.
Do you want to come with us later? See if how well she can fly.
Say yes.
Sure. If anything, we get to keep you out of trouble. Make sure that when we do this, you stay at a very low altitude because we have certain bards.
Oh, that's true. Should we? Where should we go? Where should we go?
Just do.
Well,
a
first
lap,
off,
right?
we just gotta see if you can fly. So you
I can fly. I can totally fly.
go anywhere in particular. Just get used to stretching those wings out.
Okay, I can fly.
Circle around a cool place, I guess.
Okay.
You see, you're just kind of like smiling at Ryland with a goofy horse face. Just big horse teeth. And she's just excited to be there.
Does she make horse noises? Is she just like a dog that goes?
I think there is a lot of like unintentional vocalizing from this Pegasus. because she's very much getting used to this form. So where like sort of barks or little woofs would happen, instead it's just kind of like little neighs and whinnies every so often. But it doesn't sound right. The sounds are still like a little too close to what a dog would attempt to vocalize.
Riley will turn her back into Blink Dog form and she'll be like, I know you need to run. Go have fun.
And like as you say that, there's just a moment where she like makes eye contact with you, like nearly hyperventilates in excitement, and then just bolts out of the room. And I imagine as like Valen and Kevin are training, there's just like a green flash that goes past the room, in which both of the Githyanki get to think, hey, isn't that a dead end? And then immediately turns around and the green flash goes in the opposite direction, running by the room one more time.
What has Treebender been up to this whole time?
Treebender's been mostly kind of either like hanging out or kind of following you around. So he's been very chill as all this is happening. There's been a lot of excitement, for better or for worse, but
well, the reason I
currently
ask is usually whenever Rusi gets to running around, she gets chased by a tree bender. It turns to the whole thing.
Yeah, as I was finishing, Treebender's kind of just grateful to be chilling right now. He seems to be kind of in very like, this is calm, I'm going to enjoy the calm. So like, I honestly think he's kind of mimicking Nubs when it's hot, where he just kind of walks from room to room and just kind of flops and is like, hello, I am here. And then if you leave the room, he will get up, walk with you, and then flop in the next room. But he's kind of enjoying the peace that has settled with you guys for a bit.
Aw. Isn't it great?
He's great. Okay, so you guys are doing various things. Ryland, you're going to get your short rest in, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So you'll be doing that. Irene, I think, were you going to be doing more nethermancy stuff, or were you?
Yeah, meditating. I mean, she practiced it, yes, but she also
yeah.
wants to retain it too.
Yes, of course. Exactly. So you're good with that. That's what you're doing. The Githyanki are training / getting an arcane recovery short rest in as well, which leads me back to Vogly with Nurja.
Hey, she would actually try and request, if Kadrano is interested, to practice a little bit with Asganith. Like they would get him out of the USB-C charger for a bit and just practice. Maybe not necessarily for the ball and whatnot, because they probably can't bring him.
Yeah, I would also say, just because you did hear everyone talking about it, like Asganith is very much in need of the rest right now.
Okay.
So like he hasn't had a lot of time to be there just yet. So I think for like Nurja would recognize like that's a very tired person, and they like they could hang out, but they wouldn't be functioning quite right.
Yeah, I guess you would notice that underneath all of the excitement to be smashing things and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention that a certain elf would not appreciate the company.
Yeah, she would not be holding it, but she would say, "Hey, Kadrano, do you want to pray?" But other than that, she would say, "Hey, Kadrano, do you want to practice a little bit? I mean, just in case we can't bring in the weapons we want to bring in and such, do you want to just practice a little bit?" And she'll like strap Mithril Majesty to her so that part of it's still touching her, and whatnot. And just ask you.
What are you talking about, like wrestling?
Maybe not wrestling, but like fighting, punching hand to hand, just in case.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think I'm that much of a challenge. I'm just gonna try to overpower her, and maybe just grapple them. But okay, if you think that's necessary.
Just, hey, I mean, can't hurt, can it?
Also, my main role is to like heal and stuff.
Okay.
Maybe a little utilization, but if you feel like it'll help you, I'm down.
I mean, it'll both have. I think it'll both help us, and it will also count as exercise for you, because you exercise every day, right?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Okay.
Oh.
That was mine. No worries.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I just pictured Cadrona, like, as soon as she was like, hey, you want to spar? And he's just like, sure. And then suplexes her.
Oh my God.
Maybe in his past life.
Oh my God.
Because he was
His
talking
main
about
role is-
wrestling, and I was just like, is he about to
Uh,
suplex her?
Well, she's just gonna listen to him, and it already sounds like he really doesn't. He doesn't want to. Like it's more of on the no side. So she's gonna say it's okay.
Well, I think Nirja is more catching the. Actually, don't give me an insight check. We'll see.
Cool,
We'll see what she's catching.
Wait at these. These are
You're
great.
You're
I thought
so
other
good.
June was her sparring partner.
Who? Okay.
That's
Actually, that was like genuinely what I was considering the DC to be.
Oh, cool! Yay! Thank you
But I
for
think-
your mercy.
No, 10 is kind of like average. Well, there's a couple of things that are going into this. One, you have been with Kodrona for a while now. So, like, he's a close friend, at least in terms of, like, expressing himself. He's not great at it, but you've been around him long enough to kind of understand him a little bit better than the average person. So that's going to bring the DC down on top of things. Also, yeah, Kodrona's bad at expressing himself, but he's bad at, like, hiding what he's thinking, too. So, like, I think the combination of those things make that DC a doable thing. So as you're seeing him kind of like, I don't think so. It's not necessarily that he thinks it's like that he doesn't want to. It's more that he's like, it might not help me, but if you need it, I'm cool with it. So like, if you need it for you, I will help you. But for him, it's kind of like, I don't need it, but I'm here to help.
You know what's funny? I think, except with the exception of Kemen, almost every time I've asked people to like spar, it hasn't really worked. So
I mean, he's cool with it. Yeah, it's just he's not like enthused, I guess.
Yeah. Which is that's how I'm remembering most of these things. Okay, so she's just gonna say, all right, it's fine. Never mind. We'll just take a breather and have a short rest, I guess, before we have to go out. And she'll go into wherever, I guess, Irene is, and sit down and just start reading her book on Royal Eladrin that she got from the Page Sage.
It's funny you say that because it's real dark in Irene's room right now.
I was gonna say, you kind of like go to visit Irene, and it is like almost like a comical, like you open the room and it's just exuding darkness. Irene's like in the corner, just like focusing really hard. And it's just dark, and like, you know, your friend, but it could have been like a horror movie where you're just like, nope, all right, close the room and leave.
So you're just gonna open the door slightly, see how dark it is, notice that Irene is trying to, focus and be like, oh, okay, and then she kind of closes and just sits, down outside in the light and just starts reading.
I want to add, is Treebender also in the darkness with her?
100%. He also does not understand that it is your magic that's making it cold. So you kind of have like a Treebender scarf around your whole body because he's like, it's cold and you're cold. I'm trying to keep you warm. I have all these fur and feathers, so I'm a dude. Good job. Be a good friend to keep you warm.
Okay, so that happens, and she also invites Cadrono. She says, hey, if you want to just relax here, I know it's not ideal, but I'll be camped out here for a while.
Actually, in reference to that, Cadrono did pick up a sort of like medicine book from the library.
No,
so
like a strength book.
the two, your strength book. So the two of you can
Be nerds.
be nerds. And just read. But yeah, that is great. I think the two of you are kind of like learning things in a way. So for Nirja, it's an int because you are learning a language. And for Cadrona, are you just using the magic strength book?
Yeah, I don't remember the. I don't remember shit.
It's okay. Take a look.
I have notes.
Yes! Nice fucking roll. That's awesome.
I just have notes on the strength book.
I think it might be in. Hold on. It might be in your magic items as well.
Was that the strength book that was similar to the one Valafar had?
Yes, exactly
Okay.
that. And I don't remember. I think it's a
Plus 2 to strength or something?
Yeah, he has to finish reading in a certain amount of time, and I don't know if you've started it yet, right?
No, probably not.
No. Okay, so that's good though. This is a good chunk of time that you can get in right now. Okay, so if you and Nurja are doing that, you two are both being big, strong nerds right now. It's actually kind of amusing because the casters are kind of like actively doing things in a way. They're like exercising their magic abilities. So like there's like exertion on their ends, and then like the marshals are like, yes. This time, so you guys are kind of reading. Stop being awesome and shouting me out. I have no one. Insomnia, you are the best, man. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Flandy, for being clutch on those shout-outs, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a second to shout out Flandy, actually. There's a lot of shit that I do, but Flandy does a lot to help me out, and it makes my life a lot easier. So thank you, Flandy, for being dope. You're awesome. We missed you while you were gone, but it's awesome to have you back. And
Insomnia,
Flandy,
are you leaving? Bye.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. No, have a great night. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah.
You sleep
Good
well.
night, man.
Nice.
Sleep well.
Later,
Does that
Have
mean
a
you're
good
not
night.
streaming? I don't want to leave. No, I don't think he's not leaving. He's not leaving, guys. He's not leaving. Anyway,
You
I'm
said,
sorry.
I don't want to leave. That's misleading.
Anyway, you guys are learning, and the casters are sort of it's another giving up a treat, doing sort of exercises in their own right. Nurja, you make leaps and strides in terms of learning this language. Can you remind me of your spoken languages that you have on your character sheet right now?
Hold on 1 second. Let me click the thing.
No problem.
Use me as I click.
Okay, right. Also, yes. Because I believe. Sorry.
Wasn't there some kind of point where Nirja interacted enough with Kelren or in such a way that she also learned, was it Elvish, not Royal Eladrin?
It was the Elven. That's why
Okay.
it's on your list now, because that was through Kelren's connection with you that you kind of like absorbed the language through him. So that was a language you kind of got already from him. That's why I was double checking, because I was like, I'm quite sure you already have that. Nirja, in learning this sort of Royal Eladrin, it's partially, a lot of it is based off of the Elven that you learned through Kelren, and that's helping you very much in kind of getting onto this language. So it's almost like learning a romantic language, and then when you pop to another, you're like, I get the grammar already, so it's just kind of like me learning new words and getting that to work together. So that's helping you out very much. So because of your incredible role, I think you are not only kind of like, I would say kind of conversationally able to understand it. I don't think you can speak it just yet. Like you can understand if you overhear it and kind of respond in Elven, which is close enough in a way. You can be kind of conversationally understanding of Sylvan and your Royal Eladrin as well.
Sylvan?
Yes. Sylvan is another sort of language that is very much based off of Elven. So because of their nature and how they are kind of similar in a lot of ways, that kind of helps you in that language, even though that wasn't necessarily what you were leaning towards. Kind of like an osmosis situation.
So I could, in theory, speak to Rusi?
Again, you can't speak it, you can just understand it right now. Like, because you're reading, you're not practicing the speech. It's just kind of like you're learning it from an academic level. So it's almost like, like high school Spanish, where they're just like, you can read a lot, but we're not practicing speaking at the moment.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
From a linguistic standpoint, she can read it. She could write some of it. Oh, hear it.
Yes.
And write. Okay.
Yes, exactly. That's also not to say like you can't speak nothing. It's just that like it's not enough to like form a sentence, and it's very broken and like hello, I need to go to the bathroom. Right. It's nothing.
Same thing with Sylvan, but Sylvan is more like
Yes.
reading and writing.
No, Sylvan is about the same, actually.
Okay.
You rolled fucking baller, girl. You deserve some good rewards for that.
Okay,
That was awesome.
I'm gonna put Sylvan on the thing then.
Yeah.
Sylvan, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
you're awesome.
You're awesome. I'm gonna give you a hug. You're the best.
Oh,
So
Learning with Vogley.net.
Yay! I'm surprised no one has like cashed in 10,000 reward to like quiz me or do anything like that.
Aw, it's too funny watching Flandy just fuck up because we have one for almost everyone. I think I haven't added mine yet, but we have one for everyone. Anyway, sorry, good.
So and these books are, I could have sworn. So it's mostly linguistics. It's not necessarily culture based.
There is a little bit of culture in it. And I think it's also, again, trying to think of like the high school sort of language learning experience where they're just like, we're going to teach you. Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Kid, I fucking love you. Yay.
The way nombre is spelled. Hola, mi nombre is.
Me
gusta.
Hearing that was gross.
Oops, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hurt.
Kid, I love you. That was hilarious.
Thank you.
Okay, I got so derailed. What the hell was I telling Vogley a second ago?
Linguistics versus culture.
Right. Thank
stuff.
you. Yes. You are still learning about the culture. It's just not as prevalent. It's kind of a little bit more about the language currently.
Okay. All right. So another question: is the language acquisition high enough to the point where she could read this in other books that she found?
Again, it's still kind of conversational, so you could understand it on a base level, but there's going to be a lot of gaps where you're like, don't know what that word is. So it's like, I went to the, don't know that, and don't know that, the bar? Like, it's kind of, you can pick up pieces, you might be able to string together sentences, but it's a bit of a struggle.
Okay,
also,
the alien from Men in Black who's like, what is word?
What's his word? Yeah, 100%. But also, Nirja, give me a history check while you're
Ooh, I proficiency. Oh, I hope I roll well. Oh,
Let's
please.
go.
I hope I roll well. I did not.
Oh, it's not too bad. I don't remember what you have for the Royal Eladrin in terms of your notes currently, and just kind of what you've sort of found out about them. But I think in general, you're getting a base. Why is there a mustache behind you? You're getting a base knowledge for Eladrin, who are elves that are kind of very much tied to seasons. There seems to be kind of like an autumn Eladrin, a summer Eladrin. Like they're tied to nature in a different way than like the typical high elf or wood elf that you're familiar with. This, what is called a Royal Eladrin, seem to be tied to an element instead. And it can vary depending on what it is. But just like to give you, there's just butts. Are you twerking between God, Flandy? You're gonna get us banned. You're gonna get us banned. One of those butts is naked. Oh my God. Anyway.
I'm just kidding.
Fucking got distracted. Okay. Foozca wishes for stash. Thank you.
We do not wish for stash. We wish for shade. Face.
Anyway, these elements, as you're kind of learning, can be based off of elements that even you, Nirja, has seen in spells. So, for example, there could be Radiant Eladrin, or perhaps Acid Eladrin. There seem to be kind of like an unspoken or undiscovered, in a way, kind of magic Eladrin that often were called Royal Eladrin because of not only how rare they were, but just how potent they were because of their ties to that element.
Okay.
So I think that's a little bit of the culture that you're picking up as you're doing your research.
Bread pudding Eladrin, thank you for that. Yes.
Bread pudding Eladrin. It cut off, so I thought you said fland Ladrin or something, and I misread it. I was like, that's incredible. Anyway, but yeah, that's what you're getting from
okay.
me.
Awesome. That's actually fantastic. Okay. So yeah, she's going through both books, making notes. She's actually studying, trying to, just quiet herself and give her, self a chance to try something new, exercise the new brainage parts of her brain. And
say the new brainage.
The new brainage.
She said the new brainage.
I did.
Correct.
And especially because, she feels like she's getting more of herself back, even though she forgot a whole bunch of shit, and her conscious and her memories went through a blender. So she's working on that. So thank you for that.
No problem. And good job. Nice roll.
I'm very happy with that.
And for Kodrono, you can say, because you've been kind of doing, I'm going to give you a little, there's a certain amount of time that you have to put into the book. I don't know if you have that on hand.
Nope.
But just for your own notes, just say that you got 5 hours of reading. And we'll check that against the other thing. And then I believe Flanny just redeemed something that, would you like to talk to us?
No one gives a fuck about conjuration magic and the whole scheme, right? No one's like, I want to be a conjurer. No, man, it's evocation, necromancy, all the cool shit, illusionist if you're clever. Fuck conjuration.
What do you do with conjuration? Don't you have things appear before you?
Cool.
No, this does a lot of things with conjuration, which is hilarious.
Can't bring nobody back to life with conjuration.
No, but you use teleportation circle many times for your team, and it's kind of saved you a lot of time.
You don't want to walk all over the place.
But this has come up because at some point, both
Transmutation is
Valen,
better, hands down, almost every time.
both Valen and Nenners had to undergo a quiz.
Bless
you. No worries, bless you. A quiz of some kind, and he had to name all of the schools of magic in a certain amount of time. And the only one he forgot to mention was conjuration. And ever since, conjuration has been an enemy of Nenners.
Trash. Hot trash.
He's still mad about it. Okay, so is there anyone else who needs to get anything done? Flandy, what's up, man? Are you muted? Does anyone hear him?
I don't hear him.
Yeah, I don't hear him. Blindy, you're muted.
Don't hear you at all.
Somehow.
You're not muted on me.
Meats.
But we can't hear you,
Meats.
my guy. Yeah. It's just angry mustache time. No.
That was such a dad movement.
I just like the amount of fucking. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hey, there you are. What's up?
I need to fucking send this thing back because it's fucking up. I don't know if I've had it for a year yet. Any hoots. I had to go into my settings and reset the microphone to be this microphone, even though it was already on this microphone. But so I don't know when the last time you heard me was.
I just saw you raise your hand and that was it.
I'm glad I raised my hand because I wasn't know. Any hoots. How much time do I have left after the short rest? Did I get to short rest, etc.?
You probably have another 3 hours or so.
Okay. I think he will spend the remainder of that time trying to make as many. I think he's gonna kind of. I don't actually. Let me see how wise he is right now. Let's see.
Right now.
Let's see. Oh, all right. He'll Damn it! Now I have to pick one to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
He will work on the stabilization goo.
Okay. All right. For that, I will need your herbalism kit roll.
What stat does it go to? Because it keeps going into question mark.
What the fuck? It should be wisdom.
Ooh, I don't like. I don't like.
You make sure it does say you're proficient in it already, right?
It should.
Yeah.
Does a +6 sound right? I don't know. Here we go. We're just gonna click on that one. See what happens.
Oh, let's go!
Very nice.
All right. I was gonna say this is big money because like you're only gonna get one roll for the whole 3 hours, so that would dictate how that whole thing went. And thankfully, I didn't say anything because you rolled well. I feel like if I said that out loud, you would have been like, "Here's a 3." I think, in a surprise to probably everyone in the estate, Ryland's end of the estate, which is this wonderful green room of lushness, just quiets down for a while. Everyone kind of understood that there was probably a rest that was had at some point, but after that, it's just 4 hours of silence from Rusi and Ryland. But Ryland, in that time,
I feel like Rusi's helping. He's like, hold this. While I'm mixing this, will you pour that in over there?
And, like, if anyone walks by, there's just a moment where there's a dog like fumbling with like some fucking like herbalism kit, and you can't hear anything, but for a moment, Ryland just hears, "I don't have gobs!" Struggling to hold things, but it's doing her best. But the two of them are working very well together in this space. And Ryland, I think the first hour is you like kind of figuring out what not to do in a weird way. Like, all right, I have to perfect the technique essentially. And in the second and third hour, you find yourself in possession of 3 uses of the stabilizing goo.
Noise.
Would this does this feel magical to him? Like, does it feel like if he brought this into the party thing that it would trigger alarms?
Give me an Arcana check.
Hey, you remember how I was doing my Arcana earlier? Can we just do medicine now?
No, it has. Work with me. I need a quick. Yeah. It should be fine. It should be fine.
Okay, he's gonna try it.
Ooh, hey! It's nice to
Guess what? We still have inspiration floating around.
Oh my god! Yeah, there are 2 inspirations, and we're going to be ending in about an hour.
Timmy roll right there. That was great.
Amazing.
This is for all the times you made fun of Euphemy's bad Arcana rolls. Now it's your turn, buddy. You got a whole lot.
Oh no! All right.
She likes portals.
Help him out.
You have inspiration if you want.
Sure.
Sure, go for it.
Don't mind me in the meantime. Ooh, holy shit.
Okay, so with the help of Codrono, who you realize that it's also quiet with the marshals too, and just for a second, I think just the quiet of the usual chaos kind of helps you focus a little bit more. But as your 4 is now turned into a 17, you are actually quite sure it wouldn't get caught. The herbalism and what you were working with is likely slightly magical in its properties to be able to even do something like this. However, when it comes down to it, it is a plant. So it would be way harder to detect, to the point where it's probably not going to come up on anything. And so long as you don't have it like out and open and exposed, if you just have it kind of like capped or in some kind of container, it will likely not be noticed.
He'll start. He'll wrap it up in some leaves or something like that and stick it in his pocket or something somewhere safe.
Okay. Yeah. I think for this, I will let you choose what kind of way you're trying to hide this, or like how well of a job you're doing of hiding this, because it's not quite stealth, but it could be a sort of survival where you're like, I'm gonna put this somewhere where it's not really noticeable. It might be perception in the sense where like, where would no one really look on me? Investigation, depending on how you're going about it. So let me know.
You want to you want to go with religion? That's also a 0.
No.
It could be acrobatics.
No.
I fucking love you clerics and paladins who are like, religion? Fuck that.
Nah, fuck it. Oh,
I told you,
God.
I'm not a normal paladin.
I'm not like the other paladin.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh,
I need to watch this later. I'm not going to be able to focus for the rest of the night if I watch this. Okay. There's a jib jab in our Discord. I have to watch it after. I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to focus. Okay, pay attention.
Andy, you are
No, go ahead. Go ahead and focus on it. It's fine. It's fine. The focus on that.
Nope.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
oh no! I just saw.
no. Go to the gym jam. It's fine. It's fine. Go to that.
Oh no!
What is happening?
I
Yep.
think you do a good job of like containing it in like a leaf and such, and like that leaf in particular is not terribly noticeable. But like as you're kind of putting it into your belt or like tucking it into your clothing, it's very noticeably like hanging off. And it's like you have bags and like other satchels and things that are around, but this is so suspiciously like carefully wrapped in leaves that like it's very noticeable to someone who would like, hey, look at all these other regular things and then a suspicious ball of leaves. But Ryland, you're like, no one would look at a ball of leaves. I'm covered in leaves. It's fine.
Yeah, it's normal for me. It's fine.
It's normal.
Don't mind me. I'm gonna roll some hit dice. Flatty's gonna be sad panda for a while. But
okay.
yes.
Sure. Go for it. Oh, because of your short rest. That's true. I was about to say, don't forget.
I'm sorry, Flanny.
Also, for the rest of you, there's been a period for pretty much everybody where you've had at least 1 hour of like light activity, sort of like downtime moments. So if there's anything that you do get back on a short rest.
Do
What's
I need to
happening?
roll
I'm trying so hard not to watch that video.
Foos?
What's up?
Do I need to roll the charisma for Irene?
No, I actually am considering this an extension of your study kind of with them before. Because you did roll so well. You really haven't had many interruptions between then, right? Like you didn't have a full day of like nearly dying and then drinking or something like that. Like you had that and then you kind of went to go. Insomnia, get out of here. Okay, I'm gonna close this tab because otherwise I'm just gonna look at all these damn screenshots and it is distracting.
Can I just say Merry Christmas?
I love that. Everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my
No
god!
words.
I will 100% watch it. I just can't watch it right now. I would not be able to make my giggle meter go off the charts. But yes, Irene, for you, I'm not going to say that you need to roll again. I will also just say that this is essentially a step forward in your studies. Whatever you learned, you were able to kind of retain with them, and it's kind of keeping Irene in that mindset. It's almost like the muscle memory is coming back, and you're sort of getting back into the flow of not only their training, but the nethermancy. But yeah. Anything else from anybody before I do anything?
Just so you're aware, Ryland was harnessing divine power as well before his rest.
I was actually gonna say, are you gonna use that thing because you can get some spell slots back?
Yeah, I can, and I get the divine thingy, the channel divinity on a short rest. So yeah,
Yes,
you would have done that
exactly.
before you took a nap.
Exactly. That's what I figured you were going to do. So, all right.
Yeah. So since Irene's shrouded in darkness, at the conclusion of her meditation, she's going to open her eyes and kind of take advantage of being able to see, and then just be like, "I am the night," and then and I don't know, find the dark cape somewhere and swirl it around herself and go punch out criminals in an alley. If that's possible.
Also, suddenly it just rains all the time in Gotham. I mean, Kimata Kimane.
Yeah, you're gonna, if anybody's near a window, you're gonna hear Irene outside punching some crook and being like, "Why did you say their name?"
I will say, like, I think Irene is also, as you're studying it and kind of getting back into this, you are feeling how wildly different it is to how you have been feeling with Kandara. You know, that darkness, that brightness, that burst of life, that everything that the Phoenix embodies. This is the opposite, you know? It's that darkness, that cold, it's close to death. But it's not death in the sense of sort of like a necrotic necromancy, like bringing back the dead. There's just sort of an understanding, like a respect and almost like not an admiration for death, but just a embracing of it. Understanding where the boundaries of that begin and end. And it's so different from what you have been focusing on lately. But
Yeah, there's a
it's
reason
kind of
you
like,
didn't mention the whole Ayala thing.
yeah, I know, right? Just like, I'm not gonna say
She was
it.
just like, I probably don't want to bring that up.
We got a bunch of death ladies, and it's like, so what have you heard about this light goddess? What do you think? Yeah, you're nay. Okay, so yeah, you are being Batman at the moment. The rest of my hip isn't linked to my token anymore. It looks like it was. I saw you go back to full.
It's still showing 97 on mine. The page is showing 35. If I click on it,
No, I see your token at 135.
what in the world?
Do you guys
Yeah,
see
it's showing-
Flandy's token at 135?
Where's Flandy's token?
He's in his green room.
Okay, thank you.
The greenery. Over here.
Yeah. Even the stream, I see it on.
Yeah, I
It's
see it as
135.
135.
Yeah,
What? It's
it's just you,
showing
my guy.
97 on
Just so everyone knows that I'm not
No,
crazy.
reload the page,
Yeah.
man.
135.
See his hit
Yes,
points?
cash
They're at
out.
full. It's
They
not
are.
working for him for some reason.
What is going on?
I don't know. I feel like this is the weekend of jank. Everything normally works pretty well for us, and these last 2 days,
Now it's back.
There's-
What the fuck?
there's been some
Where-
hearty jank. What were you gonna say?
Alright. I'm good.
Okay,
It's
okay.
good now. I don't.
Good.
It's weird.
that's okay. There have been times
Hello.
I think it's mostly happened when he's been twerking. No. Okay. In the meantime, you guys are all doing these very. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to bring up to Nenners for a in character reason. Obviously, you do not need to do it. I'm just bringing it up because it was mentioned many streams ago, and we had a long break. But there was a possible intention to reach out to Talona.
Yes.
There was also mention of possibly reaching out to Malar. I think it was in that order. Like Talona was the one you would more likely reach out to, and then Malar was like, "I'm just possibly, I don't know."
Whose side are you on?
I'm just letting because he
Get
has a lot
outta
of
here.
downtime,
Go
and
watch the twerking video.
Valen is a schemer. Oh no!
There's already a sequel.
Nenners!
So, can you reach out to Malar by drinking Malort? That would be.
Oh my god!
Why is he... What the fuck?
I'm so glad I had Rem before this.
What the shit?
Oh my god! All right,
You know what,
if you're
Nenners,
not in
just for
Discord,
that- Hold on.
you need to be watching this. Oh, just the fucking thumbnail.
Take that,
Are you
Nenners.
kidding me?
Thanks, Lindy.
Shit. Okay. I'm sorry. Focus. Oh yes, Valen, and if there was any attempt, because you do have quite a bit of downtime.
I have to minimize Discord again.
I know. That's why I was saying I can't look at it.
Okay, all right.
I will not be able to do anything.
Foozca. Just breathe your way through it. Okay. Oh god. Talona, yes, the god of death and disease. I should probably have a fucking straight face when I talk to her.
You'll be fine.
If you want
I
to, you
had
don't
a
have
whole
to. It's
list of
just.
stuff. No, I was going through this legit. Except
Mhm.
my dumb ass doesn't date or fucking anything. So I gotta like sift through this old manual.
This is what you do. You contact her and you're like, "Hey, girl."
Got questions for the queen. Some of these notes are great.
God damn it, Mandy. I mean, insomnia.
I didn't do it. I'm literally just a cranberry.
Use your face.
I like that. Like Flandy's the victim, and you yelled at him.
Yeah.
He had no part in either making the video or posting that picture, but Maya's like, "Fuck you, Flandy."
It's his face. Okay.
no. Oh, okay. I need to stop. All right. Now just looking through.
Stop. Get out of here, insomnia.
You can't steal Joe, by the way. We already stole
Weird.
Joe. You can't steal.
Weird. It says
Oh
the
my
file's
God.
too big.
You are foul, man.
Oh my god. Send it by telegram. Hey, girl. Okay. Sorry. As you were.
The American apple. We just promised him D&D and he showed up.
Got it. Talona Pax. Okay, this is.
Mhm,
I have a note. Maliel in my bag. Underneath it, inspection, all caps, with an exclamation mark.
What the hell?
All right.
Oh
Best way to confirm enemies a tier and Maliel. Let's see. The plague rats.
no. The playground.
Carries corpse, nullifies. Pendant. Lost power. Okay. Oh, these are all the notes I got. Okay. All right. Yeah, he'll try to commune with Talona, I think.
Okay.
All right. I assume. Did he hear Ryland gallop gloriously out of the house on the horse he very much asked him not to do so on?
No, he got distracted.
Yeah, I genuinely think he didn't leave the place, even though he was like, "We're gonna go fly later on," and then very much like,
he'll go downstairs and to ask Ryland. Ryland,
He's upstairs.
He'll go upstairs and then I need your just eyes, I guess. I'm gonna try to contact Talona. If anything goes wrong, I trust you'll do what needs to be done. Should the worst come to pass...
Yeah, so you mean we're not going to do this? All right, let's go upstairs.
I need you... Give my spell book to your people with the intent of having Kabish learn it. If he's willing. If not, stays with your people. Are you ready?
So hold on. I'm gonna get this. You think that by talking to this not so wonderful person,
Right.
that there's a high enough likelihood that you'll perish, that you want me to give away your spell book instead of, I don't know, revive you or...
I mean, she's a god. I don't know.
I don't know if that's a risk that's worth taking.
Admittedly, I don't think this is a high percentage, but if I'm going to be honest with you, it's a non-zero percentage in my opinion. So, it's better to know. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna cast Layman's Tiny Hut. Yes.
Protection from good and evil. Does that qualify for gods?
The first level spell will absolutely thwart Talona 100%. I will be free of her influence in any way, shape, or form. No!
I feel like he was just getting ready to cast it on you.
oh my God.
Brother, we are courting powers that are beyond our scope. The best thing I can do is not insult her. But anyway, if you would be so kind as to just keep an eye out. He'll... well, unless he gets...
How... You say how... Right, I was just like, what? I don't know what that means.
If
How do I keep an eye out while you're communing?
I start turning colors or I get weird boils on my skin or something, like pull me out of it, you know? If you smell something cooking and you're not cooking, take a look at me, see what's going on. I mean, it's
important
I don't know what to tell you.
Who's doing the cooking? Is it Rock?
I hate to say it, she's quite creative when she comes to her plagues and things. I don't have a playbook to go by.
Okay.
I'm not going to gamble anything I can't afford to lose.
Do you smell what Talona's cooking?
All right, he will now try to cast Lehman's Tiny Head.
Okay. What room are you doing this in? I realize I haven't been
in the
updating the map. But...
scrying room is where he would do it. He wants the most isolated. Like, if she turns me into a plague monster, at least Riley can slam the door on me. And you guys can figure out what to do.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. So you're gonna be off in this room by yourself with Ryland on the other side, if I'm remembering correctly. Or no, you're in the room with him?
right over. Ryland's doing. Hold on, I gotta get back to a normal filter.
Yeah, I was like,
one other thing. If you do give my spellbook, talk to oh my god, I can't. Kemen, because it's written in Gith basically, and the equations are radial, and it might be confusing for you guys who like to write in lines. Anyway,
So you want me to talk and not Githyanki to your Githyanki brother?
What?
get the crown. You'll figure it out. All right. So
I do
Ryland...
think that Kemen's on the other side of the scrying door, just kind of like waiting in the study. Just like, I'm
Ryland's
done.
doing one of these numbers over Valen.
Yeah, Liamon's tiny hat boom, goes up. I think he's gonna light the candles that Ryland gave him. For the purpose of communing. In Flandy's terms, crisscross applesauce. And just try to.
I don't think you can say the other thing anymore.
Reach out to beckon towards Talona, with the offer of a pact or information exchange.
Hey, girl.
Okay. Maya.
Hey, what's up?
Can I get your poison? Let me get that poison.
Nate, we beat the brakes off of her poison hag. Hope she's not mad about that.
Oh my lord. Okay. So Valen, as you are reaching out, how are you, I guess, thinking this? How are you saying this? What is his angle in attempting to establish a connection?
He would say, kind of into the space, Talona, I wish to inform you of those who seek to disturb the natural balance and make a mockery of your efforts to maintain it.
Okay, I will let you choose. I do believe it's pretty much. I feel like there's no bonus to your charisma roll.
Oh, it's great.
So you can either roll a persuasion check or a D100. It's whatever. Not like total number you have more faith in.
Shouldn't he get some sort of advantage because he has her wonderful work on display behind him?
There's a reason it will be the number that I believe it will be.
All right.
But
so mathematically, persuasion plus inspiration is a smart play.
Mathematically correct. It is a smart play.
All right.
How did we ever get up?
Holy shit!
The fate rocks tell the tale, boys. The fate rocks tell the tale.
So Ryland, he's kind of seated in the middle of this tiny hut, just with the candles and such. Where do you find yourself in this space as well?
For Ryland, initially he was doing the like overbearing, and I imagine there was like a little exchange where Valen was like, "Come on, stop!" So he like kind of like posts up on the edge, just watching, just scanning.
Okay. As Valen is deep in this sort of almost meditative focus, as he is once again having to kind of like calm his mind, but this time reach out for an entity he has never personally interacted with. And he does worship a goddess, and that interaction is relatively easy for him to establish. So this is reaching out to someone he has, one, never worshipped, and two, actively thwarted. And at the moment seems to still be kind of working against. But as he's focusing, Valen, you start hearing kind of little scratches and ticks within the inside of the dome. With your eyes kind of focused on what you're doing, you don't necessarily see anything. But Ryland, you start watching as from underneath the dome, the first thing that kind of starts skittering in are roaches. And then afterwards, rats. And then flies and locusts. As they start sort of skittering around in a circle, not running, but kind of walking around Valen, almost like a liquid in the way they move. They're not running over each other or bumping into anything, but just kind of pacing around him in circles. And the air in this space almost feels like it got humid instantly. There's just like a thickness that hangs, and it almost kind of burns your nostrils a little bit. It has gotten unpleasant in here almost instantly. And the candles kind of flicker a little bit as if moving with the formation of these critters kind of moving around Valen as he is seated. And they seem to kind of almost treat Ryland like a piece of furniture. Like they're crawling over your feet, but they're not crawling up you. They're just kind of, if you get in the way, they just walk over you and continue in their pacing around Valen. But Valen, as you kind of hear that around you, it's not nearly as loud for you as it is for Ryland. Ryland, the skittering in this space is very noisy for you. It's almost like a white noise how loud it is. But for Valen, you hear it very softly. And as you're kind of starting to take in those creatures and the candles continue to kind of flicker in this space, a sort of croaky voice starts to fill your head immediately. And at first it's a little quiet, but as she goes through her sentence, it seems to sort of get louder and clearer. You call. You who defile death. You have never respected life. You have never respected death in your studies and your action, and you call upon me? I need a Constitution saving throw from you. You do have a paladin with you at the moment, so you do have that working for you.
Does Ryland hear any of this, or does anything go off on his sense?
You don't hear shit. No, you do not hear this at all.
Shit.
Okay, very nice. Oh shit!
Wow.
I forgot you put resilient into that. Very, very nice.
Beating the brakes off the wizard, he gonna get tough.
Keep beating the shit out of me, Foos. I'm gonna get a little kinds of helpful things here. As
told you to leave it. Hey, girl.
As you don't hear this, Ryland, but these creatures continue kind of running around him, you start seeing kind of like clouds of green and yellow and like infection and sickness start to kind of ooze out of each one of them, kind of leaving a trail of like slime and sludge as they're crawling on it. And it seems to kind of pile up around Valen, almost like it's kind of walling him off. But in that moment, Valen, you feel a very strong sickness, poison, disease starting to kind of emanate from them around you and starting to kind of trying to infest you in a way. But you do manage to resist a decent amount of it. But you do take some poison damage in the meantime, so you will take half.
Why didn't we do protection from poison fighting? How many times are we gonna make this fucking mistake? Why are we such idiots? We need an adult in here, please.
You do need an adult.
Oh my god, that roll.
Okay, you take half damage, so you take 16 points of poison damage.
You said you said they're swarming him, like they're physically on him.
No, they're not on him. They're still circling him, but like as they're starting to kind of like shed off this like goo of like just disease, almost like pus and filth that's coming off of each of these creatures. It's starting to kind of pile up, and in that case, it's kind of starting to like rise up along Valen's sides. They're not touching him, but they're probably like a foot off the ground now and continuing to kind of like wind. Almost what you can imagine is turning into a cocoon of rot.
Ryland has now, he's pulled out his shield and has that at the ready, and he hasn't quite grabbed mace yet because it does spit off light, and he's trying to, like, wait. But he's definitely getting very defensive and right on the line of offense.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I scratched that.
I'm not doing it. I'm just kidding. Yo, these boys rolling real good right now. Actually, hold on. You
It
are
paused
close
on
to
the
her
one
DC,
real quick.
and Joe did give me a D4. So okay.
Oh, Joe, you're so dirty.
There's the 50-50 shot that you pass. If I get a 1 or a 2, you still pass. If I get a 3 or 4, you fail. You fail. Trader Joe in the house, baby. Hey, okay, well, hold on. That that actually puts it back in it too. So,
Nice.
with the inspirational dude.
Yeah, no.
Also, you just got another one from Kit. Anyway,
shit.
with the shenanigans of inspiration, Ryland, you pass by the skin of your teeth, and you recognize that as well. But for just a second, the Talona mark that has remained on your forehead, the cheeks have kind of been removed and turned into V's, but that center mark that was on your forehead burns. And as it does, it's more as of a psychic damage than it is like a physical flame on your forehead. As instead, you kind of feel as though, for just a second, you might have lost control of your body. And you weren't sure what it was attempting to do, but just for a moment, it felt like someone was attempting to kind of manipulate you in some way.
Wait, was that a magic effect?
Technically, yes.
Shit, it's been so long. Where's it at?
Okay.
This one? Nope, that's frightening. This one? Do I get advantage? Nope. Oh, okay, it's just resistance. It's just resistance. Okay, we're good.
I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not an advantage thing, but obviously,
what's
up?
Nenus's? Was the poison damage?
No, this is
Okay.
not. This is not a spell quite. Really, like what was happening to you is unique
Okay.
because of the mark on you.
Yeah.
What was happening to him was a direct thing. Valen, you hear that sort of eruption of anger, and you do feel that you have a limited amount of time before whatever these creatures are creating around you will finish.
Lady of Poison, I know my transgressions against you are many. I did not come to you with false pretense, though. There are those who interrupt the life and death circle here on a scale greater than my lifetime in service against you. I believe the leader of my people is, in fact, someone who defies your will. I come asking for assistance in dealing with them. And if you can see the truth in my words, could you also see what they have done to Ryland in removing your own marks from him?
Every person you associate with has
Didn't hear any of
displeased
that. What did you
me.
say?
Every person you have associated yourself with has displeased me in some way. And yes, even the leader of your people defiles death. But she has always done so. You are part of the problem. I'm not sure you get that just yet.
Forgive me. I acknowledge I am part of the problem, but I am by no means the biggest player. What we are currently fighting, again, is on a scale that dwarfs anything that I will do in my lifetime.
What is a part of you and your stupid brother and your stupid sister is a problem.
My actions I can be responsible for. Agreed. But my creation is a sin not of my own.
Fascinating. The way you choose to defend yourself, I suppose. It's almost like those cockroaches you see, complaining of their existence as they spread their rot and their disease. Not their faults, and yet people die, which is not a complaint of mine. However, your friend, his mark, what's left of it, might be his only chance.
Oh my god, we just got raided. Hello.
We're having a very intense moment. But hello, Nikki. Thank you so much for raiding. We're gonna be playing together in 2 days. Basically. Yes, thank you for the shout out for her. And thank you so much for the raid. I was actually looking to raid you possibly if you were still playing. But hope you had an awesome stream. Thank you so much. And thank you for the shout out again, Flandy. But hello. Our wizard is communing with Talona, the goddess of disease and plagues and death. So
It's
we're
going
having
great.
this conversation right now. It's going really good. It's going really good.
So
We made our house dirty. I'm sad.
She made the house very dirty. I would say actually between this this conversation that was happening, Ryland, the height of that sort of building rot and disease has kind of reached about Valen's chest. But
can Ryland, I don't know if insight's the right thing, but can he tell if it fully encases him, if he's gonna lose him type thing, or
I don't know if you would know. Yeah, it's just kind of an insight. It's insight at disadvantage though, because you're not sure what her intention is.
Oh, man.
But you can go ahead and give it a shot.
Okay, all right. Why am I always rolling inside at disadvantage? I never get a fault.
I'm so sorry.
All right, not horrible. Not great, but not horrible.
Not terrible. I would for Ryland, I think if you had to guess, I think Ryland would assume that it's not necessarily an attempt on his life. Because although Talona is of disease and death and such, she is kind of straightforward. In that if she was trying to kill him, she probably would have done worse than what just you witnessed in front of you. You're not entirely sure what her goal is with this sort of cocoon of disease, but you're fairly certain it's not to kill him, if you had to guess. But as she mentions the mark on Ryland's face, she kind of continues. Those
who seek to remove my last mark will undo, interestingly, his safety right now. I suggest you tell him to keep that last mark for now.
I will. And what of Mirtaswa and his plans?
You hear an audible growl come from her as she just inhales, and almost demonic sounding in a way. Just
A defiler of cycles, disrespect to life and death. Though I have never been interested in it, disrespectful to rules. He seeks to make vacuums, and he has succeeded in many places.
If you teach me the Chaos Curse, or at least point me in a direction in which I can learn it, we may have a chance of ending him. And if we fail, it is just instead of your enemies dying anyway.
If you fail, and I reveal to you secret lessons, secret magics, you must make a choice. I think I know what you would choose normally. So, I will make this more interesting for me. The bloodlines of each of you. Maybe that's why you were put together in the first place. Unique and coveted. If you fail, and I give you this, you must promise one of them to me.
One of them's an asshole, though. In his head, not to her. If I fail? Okay. The other one was like an absolute dick to my boy, right, Kevin? Like Kevin's like.
you do recognize he is, or she is, talking about the Preventers, not your siblings.
Oh, yeah, that's not negotiable. I'll
give you my asshole brother. How about that? No.
Yeah, he's a traitor. That's fine. You chose your lines at this point. Nope. What of half of one? I'm not a fan of Kandara. I mean, I wouldn't, she probably.
You foul motherfucker.
He doesn't say that out loud, but the thought absolutely crosses his mind. But he's like, no, I have to be a better man and respect her wishes.
Not only that, but they're one person. You're just saying you don't like that kind of personality at that point.
Oh my god.
Look, I know death will take us all in the end.
Dennis, read your damn chat real quick.
Hold on.
telling the goddess, like, just 1 second.
Quick, team huddle, real quick. No foods allowed.
Apparently, there maybe there's a group chat that I'm not invited to, but it's happening.
What if you didn't teach me, but gave me some of the tools, and you took me instead? So partial knowledge for a different life.
The offer I gave is because I knew you would choose yourself. There is a mess in that green skull of yours. Beyond what you're aware of. Whatever hides in there, it's kind of messy. And your others are cleaner, which means the corruption, the disease, and the death that comes with it is much more gratifying for me. So, you do bring up something I think might be interesting. Perhaps I use you as a conduit instead. Though I imagine Oriana would not like that very much.
I'm not sure. She also... You share a domain.
She has shared death.
As do you. Am I not incorrect there?
She does, and I do. I think you have not learned everything about her. Your studies. She has given you much information and power. But there are gaps. Goddess of Death. She and I. Both have died. She and I. What has been coveted lately?
Souls. Or, I guess. Yeah. Spirits, souls, however you want to call it.
Indeed. She has died and ascended. Rare. She may have a target on her back. I do.
Are your enemies deities, or...
Combination of special types.
Well, I'm obviously not going to... I'm not a match for a god, but if you have enemies on this end of the mortal plane, list them, and we'll see what we can do to foil them. As they are likely enemies of my own god.
I believe we may actually agree on a plan. Two requirements.
keep the mark on Ryland. Do not let it leave his head. And second, in hours you will be surrounded by familiar and unfamiliar bodies. I will lend you a bit of my power for the sole purpose that you kill the person I tell you to. No questions, no hesitation.
Boy.
If you are concerned of being caught, I will ensure that will not happen.
The fact you're not naming them now means that I am not going to like this at all.
Therein lies my entertainment.
Why couldn't you just be entertained by my pain? There's so much of that.
Oh, we're not quite done.
Then at this point, Ryland, sort of the last of Valen's head starts to be encompassed.
I feel like Ryland's going through his Rolodex of protection from poison, protection from... Fuck! It's not power! It's not charged!
Oh my god! Do you not have it prepared?
I do not. I do absolutely not. That is such a specific spell! I didn't know we were doing this!
It is, you're right. It's just very funny. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually, does that count as energy? Can I turn protection from energy into fucking... No, I can't. Bullshit.
If I may be so bold, offer you another pact then. If I defeat Mirchiswa, not myself personally, obviously, but me and my friends, without the Chaos Curse or your assistance, in light of defeating one of your own enemies, I would ask that you remove Ryland's mark.
Roll persuasion.
Motherfucker! No! God, why? Ah! Come on! Persuasion?
Persuasion.
Every fucking time!
You know what you're getting into, Valen.
Anybody got any inspirations?
That's Cadrono.
No, Cadrono already used his.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Actually, Netters, didn't
actually-
you not use yours?
No, he did.
I did. I had to burn it. It was a mighty 2 to bring Ryland down from being mind controlled and probably caving my head in. That's
Was
16.
that Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking.
Absolutely, I absolutely.
Okay, then I guess I didn't. I thought that was a D20 or a D4 because you got a D4 inspiration as well, didn't you? Someone gave it to you earlier. I thought.
He tacked it on, didn't he?
Because then
I tacked it on
too.
I already tacked it onto one of my wisdom throws. There was like an 8,
Okay.
and I threw it on to make it 11. So,
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, kid, we're good. Wait, you're not allowed to inspire me? I've been seeing chat going crazy, and I'm trying to focus.
Don't worry, you worry about being creepy over there, Foos. Keep going. I got this.
I'm not being
chat.
creepy.
I
It's
got
normal.
chat under control.
I love you. Okay, so that brings it up to a 17.
16.
As you kind of pose this other option, you again kind of hear a bit of like a roiling, and as this sort of mass of green, sort of undulating goo is starting to kind of like solidify around you, and the rats and the locust and the cockroaches continue to kind of swarm, you're starting to feel them like pustules that you didn't realize were kind of on the insides of whatever is cocooning you, starting to kind of burst and fleck you. Go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw.
This is foul.
Oh shit!
Oh, fucking baller on these rolls! Let's go! Okay, you will take another. You will resist this damage as well. So you take half of. I think I just already could have just pushed up and then taken that. So instead of the 19, you will take 9 points of. This time it comes off as acid damage. And Ryland, I think I need you to roll Constitution saving throw as well, because as these pustules are starting to burst, there's a sort of gas that is hanging in the air now that is just an uncomfortable haze. But if you don't mind rolling me a Constitution saving throw as well.
I gotta take out the disadvantage first. Yeah.
Yes. You also take 9 points of
Why do you
acid
sound so
damage.
happy about that, Foos?
I'm happy that you passed. You got a 27. Good job. I'm a fucking goddess causing some shit for you guys, and you guys are rolling crazy, and it's awesome. I'm very
I will
excited.
say, Ryland is going to hold a plant growth. If this gets much worse, and his intent is to try and grow as many like plants that he knows of that has like absorption capabilities of this kind of like filters.
I realized
but
there's something that I need from you as well. So roll me a d20 and continue speaking.
Oh, I don't like you so much.
I don't like you so much is a new one, I think.
So, I left wondering, is there still a reason that you guys never prepare for poison?
Yeah.
Well, this
there's
got
a
some
reason
acid damage in this
we're
too.
idiots.
What do you mean? I didn't know we were doing this. Do you want me to keep it on my bar forever? I will.
Okay, all right.
other-
The problem is, it seems like you keep encountering poison, so even if you don't know,
Two
Maya,
times.
there's no
That's the second
argument.
time in this entire career.
But we knew it was coming. Anytime Talona's
No,
name is mentioned,
Ryland didn't know it was coming. This was Valen.
True.
Because
Absolutely.
Hey, Ryland, when you take your nap, can you get some protection from poison? Why? Why, Valen? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just going to talk to Thalona. I don't like it, but okay.
Yeah.
See? Bam, problem solved.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Bro,
So as this is happening, Ryland, and as you're kind of like trying to get ready to figure out what you're going to do, maybe cast a spell or like hold it and get ready, you're starting to see some of the leaves on your armor seemingly struggle, and it looks like some of them are starting to wilt in this environment.
Oh no! Hold on. I'm gonna roll a wisdom save real quick. I think this is a save.
Oh
I
no!
definitely think it's a save.
Okay.
Why? Why?
You got good wisdom, you know. You
Okay.
got good wisdom.
All
It's
right.
holding ballers. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
He does nothing.
He's just very uncomfortable. Okay. So as you are both just entrenched in this disease-wrought, just disgusting environment, filthy, Ryland's armor starting to react, but the two of you just kind of holding on as much as you can. And with that sort of suggestion and the pustules bursting against you, Valen, you already kind of feel like you know what the answer is, but she continues speaking anyway.
Not enough. I think you imagine you can take care of this problem very quickly.
if anything, we've been shown the opposite. Is the Soul Seeker dragon an enemy of yours?
An enemy. It enhances death.
Okay, so
Interesting.
What if I threw the queen into the mix?
Hey, listen, girl, I'm just trying to figure out your mutuals, so...
Was that a no?
You heard how.
Well, I'm not a fan of her. If we were to end her, and perhaps end is all I'm gonna say. I couldn't do anything else other than that. But if she was to perish,
And your queen?
she's no queen of mine. Let's be clear. But Mirchiswa and the queen in exchange for the mark on Ryland's head.
Tall order.
They are, but if I fail, I'm just another enemy who dies. The mark remains, there's no risk on your part. The only time you need to get involved is if two of your great foes are dead.
So, who will you target first?
Soul Seeker Dragon. I'm not.
The queen.
Queen. She is filthy. I will need to finalize this contract, you understand?
I need to know what that entails. Flanny, you were fucking killing me, man.
Were you making a face? I didn't see it. What happened?
Oh my god. I get in all caps, read your damn chats, fool.
Do you need a second to converse with your team? Okay.
No, we're good. We're good. We're on the same level.
Okay. The response you get from that is there seems to be almost like a little bit of amusement that comes through the connection for just a second. And as that is happening, the top of whatever has been sort of cocooning you closes. And you find yourself in that darkness, that just sort of roiling, hot. As a necromancer, you are familiar with death, but this is disease and rot, and it's different. There is still life in it. It is putrid, and it is acrid, and it is sharp, and it is surrounding every part of you. But as this surrounds you and you feel a little bit of entertainment on her end,
It means something that you can't forget. I will impart a mark of my own on you. Hidden, of course.
This.
what's up?
That was a very generous deal.
Look at that.
Oh, okay. There's a
Yeah.
Okay, those are whispered, but the new whisper color is not obvious. It is not the old whisper that it used to be. I'm sorry, I saw it. I thought that was public, and I was like, "What is your problem?" Okay, got it. Okay, so Ryland, as you
As soon as it completed, that was like, that's his brother. That's like bad. It's a barrier to bury. He was not. Nope.
Ryland, as you try to cast your plant growth, you get about halfway through the somatic component, and you're kind of. What is your plan with the plant growth? Just to kind of like cover everything, or like what's the plan?
He would try to focus it initially, like kind of super cocoon Valen, like go in underneath this rot bullshit first,
to try and get under it,
and then grow out first, and then out.
I got you though. Okay. So as you start to cast this, and like Valen, I think from under you kind of see tiny moments of a little bit of light kind of peeking in, and a little leaf or so kind of worming its way in from the bottom. But as they come in, you watch as almost instantly they seem to be gnawed down to the stem by the rats and the cockroaches that kind of run past them. And as the spell is starting to leave your grasp, Ryland, you feel your entire body lock up. And you have been paralyzed before. You've been under the effects of a hold person. This is different. It almost feels as though your body is dying with you still in it, as if rigor mortis is setting into your bones and your muscles, and everything is starting to fail you. It's not that the magic is holding you in place, it's that your body is betraying you. And part of you thinks that your body thinks it's dying right now.
I feel like I don't know that it's gonna do anything, but I feel like Ryland is stubborn mode and doing everything he can, not like pushing that aside, pushing through the sickness that's going on, and is doing everything in his power to finish that spell.
Okay, roll me a d20, please.
Let's go, Ryland. Let's go.
Oh no! Look, we're doing golf rolls, right?
Right?
Yeah.
As your body starts sort of locking up in an unpleasant way, your body does think it is dying. Ryland, you fail a death saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
After hearing that last one, Valen's gonna say, "My lady, I must apologize. It's clear we won't see eye to eye, but I appreciate you taking the time, and hopefully we'll both get what we want in the end." And as he says "end," and seeing the plants go and then die, he's gonna immediately be like, "I need to get the fuck out of here." So he's going to... He can't see Ryland, right?
No.
Okay. He's gonna Misty Step using his psionics out of the bubble, but to where he last saw Ryland.
Okay, Ryland was in the bubble with you though, right?
He was in the thingy,
Yeah,
right?
he's in the bubble with you.
But he's not like in the cocoon with me, is what I mean. Like,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I wasn't
Yeah,
clear.
you
That's my
meant
bad.
the-
Yeah.
In Liamon's tiny hut.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah,
He's
yeah,
just gonna
exactly.
do like a 3-foot like Misty Step.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Excellent. I'm actually not terrible at those. And Ryland
You're
isn't
not.
dead, so I still get his aura. But I rolled a fucking 2! Come on!
The wheels are off the bus.
Wheels are off the bus, boys. They were doing the boys are doing real good, but the time they've been here, it's starting to not look great. So as you are sort of ending this conversation and trying to kind of pop out of this cocoon of some kind, the other thing that you knew wasn't going to work for you is for Misty Step, you just see where you're going. You are fully covered.
Oh,
in
man,
this.
I want to. Come on, that's a Netter's move. I can dimension door. I got slots. I got slots. I can dimension door.
I can do other
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Help me. Yeah, for the dimension door. It does remain the same. I'm going to keep it at a Misty Step at the moment, just because I do think that would be kind of Valen's gut reaction, right? And I almost feel like in that sense he'd be like, wait, I shouldn't be doing that. But even as the thought kind of crosses your mind and that is your intention, you, much like Ryland, start to feel your body just completely freeze and lock up. And especially being a necromancer, you do recognize this as her kind of starting a decaying stasis on your body.
Excellent.
Which you almost kind of feel as though she has like the knob in her hand and can kind of dial it up or dial it down. But currently your body feels as though it is dying. And you find yourself paralyzed in this space.
Excellent.
We have to stumble onto you, and Irene has to ask, "Why are you dead?" Are you undead?
For what it's worth, Ryland is still pushing, like he's channeling like the hunt, like this is now like all right, all fight or flight, like fucking protect the president.
You're still struggling. I need another D20 from you then.
He absolutely would be. He would not give up.
Yeah.
He might like reach out to like.
Well, now that
I
you know
don't-
what
I
it
don't-
is, you can just click death save. Before I was like, you don't know what you're rolling for.
You
so.
guys had to do this before we went in. You just
You
had
get a
to.
+5 to your death save?
Yeah, Valen doesn't get to say anything next time Irene sings.
Yeah.
Why?
Constitution, right?
No, it's just a D20. Like, that's...
You gotta
Do
click
paladins
death
get
save.
bonuses to that because of their aura?
That would be fucking dope.
Does that really apply? Because I didn't apply
Yeah.
it to your first one. What
Joe's
the
saying paladin aura. I
didn't.
It's
I
a
didn't
saving
know that-
throw.
Okay, I think for the goofiness, oh, this is so crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me just like rationalize this real quick.
Wait up for a second. We talk about comet turbos. Yay!
Hey, no, you're good. You're good.
Comet turbos make your car go fast.
Well, like I understand that like the aura
It does,
applies
yeah.
to saving throws. It does require that I think you're conscious, right? Or like as long as you're not unconscious, right?
Did we ever
Thank you.
confirm that he went unconscious?
It might be magical
Oh.
enough that seem that way.
Right. Well, the thing is, you think your body thinks you're
Yeah.
dying, essentially. So like you're kind of magically in a stasis that she is
Yeah.
upholding. So I don't know if you count as like being conscious. You must be conscious to grant this. But you are consciously making it's a weird magical nonsense
Yeah.
that is happening right now.
I mean, it
How
kind
do
of
you wanna
sounds
roll
like he's realizing it though. Like he's realizing his body
he's-
is dying.
yeah,
So
there's a-
and he's fighting it, and he's
a
making
level
these
of
choices to fight. So if he's making these choices to fight, that sounds like a
He's
con-
not
I don't know,
necessarily
it's-
fighting the dying part. It's like
Right.
if he thinks he's dying, like he is putting every bit of fight and soul that he can into protecting his brother. Like he's going out with the fight. Like that's kind of the idea that's going on here.
The
Ryland's
reason
eyes.
why I think it's a little weirder just because like
Yeah.
he is obviously conscious in this like moment in a way like and the fact that he can think, it is simply because she is kind of almost like puppeting you to be able to. It's not like a natural thing. So because of that, I think I kind of want to meet you halfway. Because I do think part of it would still work. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it in half and say that you get a +2 to each of your rolls, which means you
Okay.
still pass this one. But that means that you did fail the other one because that would only be 7 if we're adding 2 to the 5 that you rolled. So you have
Okay,
one
yeah.
pass and one fail. Because this is some goofy god magic.
Yeah.
I didn't expect. So that's what we're gonna do for your saves. So you did not fail another death saving throw. Give me a Constitution saving throw while you're here.
Excuse me.
As well. Just
Oh,
keep
boy.
saving for me. Just roll.
Just
like,
keep saving.
just roll 6 d20s and I'll use that for the next 4 interactions.
Somebody save me.
It's a good thing that wasn't a death saving throw, right? Okay, so Ryland, if this happens in an instant, but you are just struggling essentially against this. But you feel again like she's trying to kind of like turn that dial on you, your body like pretty much decaying in a way, and you feel yourself kind of losing control. But you manage to sort of will it off. And actually, if you would like to describe like what do you think Ryland is channeling in order to resist this at all?
I think kind of like what I was saying earlier, like he's just at this point, his last thought that he thinks he's having, I guess, because I truly believe he thinks he's dying at this point. So I think his last thought is going to be like, and he'll actually say Maliki, which is very rare for him. But
Mm-hmm.
Maliki, my fight is over. Please watch over Valen.
Ooh, give me D100 too. Stop it. Get out of here. That's cool.
Oh, you want a 30? Here's a 30.
Yo!
Holy shit. Also, Foos, Joe was saying, does the paladin aura only count?
I saw. Even if it did, he failed anyway. The Constitution save was a 15. That's not a goddess's DC. He did not make it. So I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I appreciate the clarity of what was happening there, but yeah, unfortunately in that case, and also that's part of the reason why I didn't.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured that was what was happening too. As this happens, kind of again, like this happens in an instant where you're just kind of like struggling against this, and you have this thought, and you kind of will off your body, essentially, sort of like working against you, and you feel as though another sort of burst of acid and poison kind of splash against you as the pustules on the outside of whatever has cocooned Valen is still starting to pop, and the rats are still kind of starting to crawl around, but they seem to be kind of crawling up you now. The rats, the cockroaches, the locusts. It's loud. It is discomforting, and it is everything Ryland would never want to be surrounded by. But in that moment, you kind of start to see some of the leaves in your periphery start to kind of like re-flourish a little bit and sort of kind of pick themselves up, and the space is kind of dark right now. The space has always been a little bit dark just because the candles were the only thing lighting it, but there's a soft glow of green coming from your leaves as well. And you feel a connection starting, but I'm going to cut away from you as you are outside struggling. But Valen, you also find yourself locked in this situation, and as you find or feel your body starting to like set into some kind of necrosis while your brain at least is still functioning and your mind is still there, you hear Talona. What's up? Sorry.
Valen's gonna shut her out for a second and focus only on Kemen as hard as he can.
Wisdom check. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh shit.
It's not bad. He needs the check as well. Hold on.
Where is his cheat? Why did I close it? What am I doing with myself?
Kemen. There he is. Okay. Yeah. So him is.
Come on, K-Money. K-Money, goddamn it.
K-Money rolled a 6.
Come on!
K-Money
you attempt to kind of focus on it, and as you sort of block her out for a moment, Kemen's form starts to kind of apparate in your mind, and you start to kind of get the details. And I think, especially for Valen being as logical as he is and trying to focus in this way, you start from the top to the bottom. You start thinking about his hair, his forehead, the freckles around his face, his expression, his chin, and you get about to his collarbone before that thought is forcibly pushed from your mind. And instead, you just kind of get a sort of horrific, broken silhouette of a woman kind of floating in that space instead of Kemen is instead Talona, with sort of this black, kind of oily hair that's just sticking to her form, and you can't see details as there's sort of a dramatic lighting that makes it either black or just the palest yellow skin that is sort of stretched across her body, in clothes that are kind of barely hanging on, and joints that seem to have sort of bent in the wrong directions for most of them. And as she kind of floats in place, you see her head kind of creak upwards, and you hear each bone of her vertebrae kind of clicking into place as she looks up, and her eyes flare a sort of pale yellow green that only reminds you of infection. We're not done. Before it gets too late, I'm actually going to stop the session here. No. Because it is nearly 1. Bogley has been so strong, and thank you so much for hanging on, girl. But we're going to end with the two of you in a not great spot. And we'll pick up here. I will need a little bit of distraction because obviously I did not look for anybody for us to raid. Although actually, I think I might cheat. Hold on.
Hashtag Darkest Campaign brought to you here by
What do you
Foozzy,
mean?
played by Thalona, played by Foozzy. Over here,
So,
killing the paladin, half alive, half not.
If you guys survive this,
Okay, yeah, no, I definitely
what are you going to memorize?
I'm not dealing with, if this works, if we survive, fuck Talona, I'm never talking to that bitch again.
Oh
I'm gonna run around. I'm gonna spend all my fortune as an adventurer, rezzing as many people as I can. Fuck her.
Oh my goodness.
That's great.
Yeah.
But you should memorize
Sorry,
something about poison protection. Please.
Oh
Thank
my
you for
God,
the
dude.
follow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs that we got today. Thank you so much for the raids. Today was an incredible night. Thank you. Thank you.
You're generous. Thank you.
Yeah, for real. For real. I'm just looking for someone else to raid. And as we
But Nanners, all of that resin will cost so many diamonds.
Oh my God.
Hope you
Can I
find
just say,
infinite dragons.
like, Valen is particularly not hilarious, I should say, but like an interesting pick to talk to her because, like, he has gone from someone who is like, I'm just gonna puppet dead people around, which she doesn't love because that's like making a mockery of death, and then he like heals people all the time and is like now on the opposite side where he's like, you are making a mockery of life. If something dies, it dies. If it, like if it's alive, it's alive. You fucked with both sides of my spectrum, and I don't like it. So that was why she was like, you asshole have reached out to me. But that's why it started that way. But you were coming up with good arguments. Hold on a second.
I gave her an exceptionally generous offer for next to nothing. And
she decided to kill Friendy.
Yeah, no, that's not
right. She's killing Friendy right now.
She's a bitch.
Oh, God. No, I loved it all very much.
She doesn't know the deal when she sees one.
There's so many cool moments. Oh my God, the dice are telling a story though. Let me tell you.
Yes, they are. Oh my God, we started out strong and it petered off quick.
Yeah, right off.
Yup. Which almost makes me feel like just like the disease that's surrounding you guys is just like it's overwhelming at this point.
I love the like alarm and jar of the death save. Like, you get a +5.
Yeah, because when I saw you roll it, I was like, huh? I was like, I don't know.
Does that apply to other people? If you death save in?
Yep. If you're conscious and you're near somebody, they get your bonus to the death save.
Oh, hold on. I wonder if this. Hold on. I'm gonna do.
Guys, I want to sleep.
I know. It's me looking for a place to raid. I think I got one, but I'm just double checking.
Still applied it. Okay. I was curious. That didn't count.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to bother you. But whatever. Fuck it. We're gonna raid them. I think I might already. No, just don't you dare raise your hand. We're gonna go raid Wit and Witchery. Okay, good. So they did respond. So let's go love them. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was super, super fun. Again, way too many generous people, but we're very, very grateful for you. So have a wonderful night. Catch me on Monday on the Dirty Rollers RPG, and then Wednesday back here for some Bygone Keep, in which Nanners gets to DM. So, yeah. Go read the Discord. I 100% will. Well, good night, everybody. Bye.